Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 203. 203. 203. My name is Colin Moriarty. Why am I struggling so much with this since we've turned the page after episode 200? My name is Colin Moriarty.
It's difficult going from a whole one to a whole two. You know?
Yeah. It's like writing checks in January and you keep putting the previous year on it and all this. Chris Reagan, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I just came back from a little Tampa, Florida trip.
I heard about that.
And I forgot how thick that air is.
Yes.
You know, it's a very weird experience.
Yes.
But
actually, Ethan Teague wrote into us on Patreon. Said, "Hey, howdy. Hey, Sacred Men, recent discoverer of the show, first-time commenter. Welcome, Ethan. I've consistently enjoyed the swaths of content you bring with heavy shame for how much value I get for my small contributions. I look forward to it with anticipation every Friday. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I had spotted Chris on the Creator Clash stream on Saturday, swaying his phone flashlight back and forth with such intense emotion during the national anthem, and it warmed my heart to see some goddamn patriotism. At ease, soldiers, stand down." Did you have a good time at the Creator thing?
The Creator Clash, it was awesome. It was this huge charity boxing event. Some other creators that I know participated in it, and maybe I'll do it. You know.
Yeah, I see the rumblings of such news. That would be fun. Who do you want to? So you said you wanted to take on that YouTuber, like that old school YouTuber.
I don't think that's going to happen because I think he's just sort of gone. Also, obviously, you have to go by height, weight, all sorts of different factors kind of come into play when you're doing this kind of thing. So they'll probably, if I do it, which is like, it's still a year away, they would have to abide by those rules. So I don't think I can choose necessarily, but it just seems like a really good excuse to get in shape, you know?
Yeah.
And it just looks fun, and it was just like a really cool thing to be a part of. It's just like a really good vibe. It didn't feel like those other, like, I don't know, whenever like Jake Paul or like these other like jackasses do it, it just feels like this like fake fight, where it's like, ooh, I'm so mad at you, aren't I? But then like in the back room, we're like shaking hands about how much money we're making. This like, it was just more of it was like a wholesomeness to it. It was like all for charity and, just good vibes all around. It was a good time.
Yeah, I think it's, I like these various ideas. I think it's super cool. I encourage you to do it, and maybe you can fight Dustin Furman, our executive producer. Dustin, welcome. I don't know. You just seem like a love. You both seem like lovers to me, my boys. I didn't raise you to be violent boys.
No, video games raised us to be violent, Colin.
Yeah, that's true. That's what we've been hearing lately.
I don't want to fight anybody. That doesn't sound... I think it sounds cool. Like, I like this idea that Chris brings up of like, okay, you've got a date, and so you have to see how fit and in shape you can get by this date. Like, that would be kind of a cool to have that kind of mandate, but not for me personally. But I'm good today. I'm very good. I got a nice like lined up of like nice things happening. So inevitably something is going to go terrible. My Steam Deck arrived today, so that's today's good thing. Dude, this thing, okay, I'm sorry for the audio listeners. This thing is massive. This thing is absolutely giant. In fact, I posted on Twitter, I lined it up, and it's about as long as Frisk is, which Frisk is not an incredibly large dog. She's actually quite small, but still, like Gabe did not bring it, which I'm disappointed about. I had the wine ready, as I mentioned before. But no dice, no oils. Takers. But so yeah, I have that. I'm going to see a movie tomorrow. It's called Men. It's Alex Garland, who did like Ex Machina and stuff like that. I've not watched a trailer. Going totally blind.
Ex Machina is a good movie. So
yeah, I love that director.
They mentioned my hometown in Ex Machina on Long Island, Brookhaven. It has a passing reference because there's a massive secret science lab there.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that on Knockback.
Yeah, and so they mentioned in passing. I was like, oh my god, no one's ever acknowledged Brookhaven in my entire life. So that's what I remember about that movie.
Yeah. That's like in Spider-Man when you're in PS4 when you're in the Grand Central Station, you see Croton Harmon like on the sign. I was like, what the fuck? Why?
Yeah, indeed. My friends, it's Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast, episode 203. Like I said, 203.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little surprise for you guys. Not really a surprise for you, but I have a psychiatrist phone appointment in the middle of this show. It's just a check-in for like a few minutes. So I'm gonna just at 3:00, like while we're recording, I'm just gonna go mute and just take this phone call for a few minutes, and you guys can just keep going, and then I'll come right back in.
All right.
Okay.
The reason is because it's just, well, Chris knows, because I don't know if he still goes to a psychiatrist, but you have to just check in every few months and just be like, is everything okay? Do you need to adjust anything? And then they just give you your new prescriptions. So that's today. And
Right.
it happened to have lined up here. And these people, I guess it says something about our culture. It's just like impossible to get appointments for mental health care. Like, it's like, I talked to someone to kind of like maybe go start like therapy again for the first time in a long time. And it's like, you have to wait forever. I understand. I mean, you can only do what you can do, but it'd be nice if it was like more accessible to people. So
yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Nonetheless, I have to take that. So that will be interesting, but you guys won't hear anything about that. I would do it live if I didn't think it was breaking some sort of doctor-patient confidentiality on his part. But
right.
I wouldn't care. It's like, everyone knows I'm crazy. Well, welcome to Sacred Symbols. I hope all of you guys are doing well out there. Patreon.com/laststandmedia is where you support us for early ad-free access to every episode of Sacred Symbols plus twice a week. That's our supplemental podcast, lots of spoiler casts and interviews and review discussions and mailbags and all of the rest. Dustin and Chris both did their recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes outlining their top 25 PS4 game lists, as of course we synthesized all of our lists for episode 200. Mine will go next, and that will be live soon. Future interviews coming back up. I feel energized now. I had to rest a little bit. I had a rest after the live show. I needed some time. But we're getting back into interviews. So I'm actually interviewing a Russian gamer about what's going on in Russia, like on their end, for what their access looks like and all of the rest. I think it's going to be awesome considering the geopolitical situation over there. Gio Corsi, who used to work at PlayStation and is renowned for his support of Vita, is going to come on the show. Had to reschedule that a few times, but we're going to celebrate Vita. I have a high-end top 1% eFootball player lined up to come on the show to talk about eFootball and FIFA and the possibilities of free-to-play sport and more. So excited about those, and we appreciate your kindness and support. And we have to give a shout out before we get any further, boys, to one of our own who said, Ed Hamilton wrote in. He says, "Greetings, chaps. You may or may not remember my write-in from a few months ago asking what a non-creative with a completely unrelated degree like myself could hope to do in games. Colin wisely suggested a role in production. Well, I took that advice to heart, and today I have an update. I've somehow managed to land a role as a project coordinator at a small gaming company. It's a foot in the door and hopefully the first step on a journey that I did not think I could embark on. I just want to say thanks for making that suggestion and pretty much kickstarting my serious pursuit of getting into the industry. Don't worry, I'll let you know about any other serious advances in my career you most likely don't care about. No, please, let us know. And to anyone out there who's dreamt about working in the industry, you can do it. I've somehow managed it, and I have a fucking philosophy degree. Oof. It's rough. Keep doing what you're doing, boys, and thanks for all you do. I say that as someone who has an American history degree. I might have you beat in terms of uselessness. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about doing with that thing, but I have it nonetheless. Congratulations, Ed. That's totally awesome. I do suggest that people that don't have specific artistic disciplines get involved if they want with games with production, because from there you can, that's just all coordination and planning. And it's not easy at all, but it's something anyone can do. And then you might find, as some producers do, you might kind of start getting into design. You might maybe stay late and start fooling around with animation programs and Maya and all these things. You might find that you sink into one of these other disciplines. Production is a great way in.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Ed. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
These industries are very fluid in general. Like a lot of times writers will become like, stagehands or like opposite. It's like very weird the way things transition. Like even in TV, like Better Call Saul, like all those actors on that show have directed episodes of it,
I think it's good to have a sort of like a rotation.
Yeah.
Where you have, and production, it's you're going to have that if you're a producer, because you're dealing with everyone on all the different teams. But having like a working knowledge of how things function in different levels allows you to kind of put yourself in as a puzzle piece. And yeah, I agree. And speaking of writers, it's really cool. Friend of mine, Walt Williams, who wrote Spec Ops: The Line and some other stuff. He wrote Battlefront 2, I think, and Star Wars Squadrons, but he just got promoted to like writing lead at Insomniac, working on Wolverine. And what I've been noticing is that there are more and more writers like actually writing in the industry as writers and creative people. While 10 or 15 years ago, you could count on two hands probably the amount of people that were working full-time writers in the games industry. It's a good sign of where things come, because the writing would usually be done by like the designers or the director, or you might have a treatment. Remember in old games it would say planning by, like in instead of like if you play Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest or something, it would say planning. It still says that actually in Japanese games. That was like the writer. And so anyway, where are we now? Oh, okay. I want to acknowledge this before we get into the news in earnest. Abram Buhner wrote in. A lot of people had something to say about this, so I want to acknowledge it. He says, "Hello, people of Slitter. I'm here with an intentionally editorialized correction. Last week, Colin made the erroneous claim that Nintendo has nothing for the remainder of 2022. That's simply not true. Splatoon 3 is slated for September 9th, following up its predecessor, which sold 13 million copies. They have also Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which, given the 15 million copies sold of Diamond and Pearl remakes and 12 million copies sold of Legend Arceus. Is that how you say it? I don't know.
I believe that is correct.
Is sure to be gigantic. Nintendo also has Mario, Strikers, Fire Emblem Warriors, and Bayonetta 3, which, while not nearly as big as the last two games, nonetheless fill out the release calendar. Despite the Zelda delay, this year is still stacked, both in terms of volume of compelling titles and sales potential. Ultimately, I think it's a mistake to underplay these games at the $60 that I'll be spending on Splatoon is $60 that I likely won't spend on Forspoken a few weeks later when I would have otherwise. Anecdotal, of course, but multi-platform players only have so much money to go around. Would you not argue this makes Nintendo direct competition? No, that's totally true. And I must say, I was ignorant about I knew about Zelda, but some of the stuff I didn't really think about. I don't think some of these games are as big as you think, but we must acknowledge that, and well, I was the one who said it. I must acknowledge Switch has outsold PS4 in the United States now, which is really interesting and not surprising, but super interesting. So obviously a lot of people are playing over there. I think the major reason why I didn't anticipate or kind of bring Nintendo into the conversation when we were talking about things is because I'm not 10. So thank you for writing in, Abram. I appreciate it.
Oh my lord.
Oh, I had to do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. In fairness though, Zelda's really the only one that I'm paying attention to. Like, I have a Switch. I don't give a shit about Splatoon at all.
Oh,
and Pokemon is one of those. I don't know. It's just one of those things that, like, I'm sure at any given moment, I'm sure a Pokemon game is out. I can't bring myself to really care. So those things kind of fall off the radar for me anyway.
It was curtains for me with Pokemon in 2010, 2011. I just couldn't do it anymore. But I can understand someone getting involved. Like, I had played from 98 till probably 2010 or 2011. So it's like 13 years. I can imagine someone having gotten involved around that time now petering off. But if you come in and out of the series and don't play it as methodically, then I can see it always having something appealing to you as long as you don't obsess over it. But I can't do Pokemon. But Dustin, you had said Splatoon 3 for you?
Yeah, I loved Splatoon 2, like, shockingly more than I ever thought that I would. This new one is, I don't know what's necessarily new about it, but I'm curious about when reviews come out and see, like, how much of an improvement and new stuff. But Splatoon is like a shockingly competitive and just really good third-person shooter that has a really unique twist on it, as far as, like, you got to spread your ink all over the map. Get as much of your ink as you can everywhere. And so it's just it's really cool. It's a weird game. It's got, there's the squid kids and the octolings, and they're like these weird creatures. It has like this 90s Nickelodeon vibe to it that I really, really appreciate.
Yeah, it does have that aesthetic for sure.
I'm excited. I'm going to check it out, I think, when it comes out.
Very Dan Schneider vibe to it, right?
It's I don't know. I like the idea. A lot of people around that time too were saying, like, God, Nintendo can use a new IP and use some new ideas, and that was the delivery, and it almost doesn't really get its shine as that because they are still so reliant on those old IP. It's just funny. Like, I grew up a Nintendo fan, like a real Nintendo fan. Everyone knows that, like a real Nintendo nerd. and it's just the same shit that I was playing. Mario Strikers? Still?
Well, dude, and here's the thing is that Mario Golf 2,
Yeah.
I have not played any of the other Mario Golf games, but Nintendo consistently this generation is releasing games and then they're like basically early access without saying it because they go in and add all the features that people want afterwards. They have consistently done this. They did with Animal Crossing. They did with Mario Golf. I'm pretty sure they did with Mario Tennis. And so, yeah, expect this Mario Strikers game to be bare bones at launch. But it's okay because it's Nintendo and people like myself included will bend over and take it. Just straight in.
Oh.
And it is what it is.
Oh. Hey, Tone. All right. Well, speaking of Nintendo, Brad Faber. Perhaps Brett is his brother. What's up, CDC? I have one for you. It's been a bit for me, but would love to hear your thoughts on this one. A Saudi investment group now owns 5% of Nintendo. Is this something to be worried about, since this seems to be a growing trend, especially with what happened with SNK? Anyway, take care, fellas, and keep strangling that chicken. Thank you, Brad, for writing in. A lot of you wrote in about this, so I did see your letters, but there's only so much we can say. We're not a Nintendo podcast, so we don't have to get too deeply into this, but I wanted to say two things. Number one, as this becomes more of a story, remember who was talking about it first, long before anyone else was bringing this up, because this is becoming very conspicuous now as they buy 5% shares or acquire 5% shares in a lot of these different things. It's very conspicuous and very sad. But yes, the Saudi Wealth Fund, which is, as Reuters points out, chaired by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is the private wealth fund of Saudi Arabia. And it's really a passive thing. So it's not that Saudi Arabia is going to have any effect on Nintendo. Of course they won't. And they're in a minority share anyway. They wouldn't have that kind of power unless they had a coalition of shareholders. But it's where the money is going and what it's supporting. Saudi Arabia is a very socially backwards country. I know we have some Saudi listeners, and I don't mean any disrespect to that, but by Western standards, the treatment of people there is, especially women, although it's become quote unquote better for women there, particularly for gay people, secular atheists, things like that. It's a fucking dangerous place. They just had 130 public beheadings a few months ago in one day.
Yeah.
And so it's not about their effect on whatever. It's about that money funneling into a society that does this to people. And it's why I'm so concerned about the ownership of SNK, which is basically 100% by bin Salman. It sucks. That means that whenever you buy Metal Slug, whenever you buy King of Fighters or Samurai Showdown or whatever, that money's going to him. That's there's no way around that. And so I'm distressed by this. I'm glad to see more and more people talking about it, as it's like, because they're ratcheting it up. First it was this, then it was that, then it was like Capcom and Nacon. Now it's Nintendo. And so, Chris, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. I don't know how much more needs to be said. I think you kind of illustrated it well enough, but it's not. This is not an ideal situation, and I'm pretty happy about the fact that we were early to this, and that we kind of got our foot in the door the second we kind of saw this happening, because this is no doubt going to be a story that's going to be picked up more and more as the companies of influence in question become more and more notable. I think Nintendo is a huge thing. Everybody's aware of Nintendo. Your grandparents know what Nintendo is. So this is definitely going to be a topic of conversation in ways that SNK probably wouldn't have. Like, I don't imagine that many people have thought about Metal Slug at all in the last several, probably like decade or even two, possibly. Sure. Outside of the hardcore people who really, love Metal Slug and King of Fighters. Like I love Metal Slug, and it's depressing to know that like I can't comfortably buy another Metal Slug again. I'm glad that I have the copies that I have already, but that Metal Slug Tactics game that looks cool as hell, it's gone for me. Like, it's just not even a question. And that sucks. Yeah, I would hate for that to happen to Nintendo as well.
First of all, I think it's awesome that you're willing to take a stand, like a commercial stand, because the thing I always say, first of all, I want to repeat what we always say: can't live economically righteous and moralistic lives in modernity and play video games. Can't.
Right.
However, you can eat around the edges, and I feel like the Chinese exposure, for instance, to gaming is, we talk about Tencent and on all this stuff, but the machines are made there and all the components are made there, but it's like so obfuscated what's even going on. And Sony's Japanese, so it's different, and they're buying the stuff, and there's kind of like a bunch of layers. And so you can kind of, even though it's just a moralistic game that you play with yourself, you can kind of justify it. It's like, well, you know, it's not really me dealing with them. But with this, it's, especially with SNK specifically, it is that. And there is no other way around it. I mean, it's not like it's going, through three hands before it gets to them. It's just going to them. And so I just find that situation pernicious. But the Nintendo stuff, Dustin, I'm curious what you think of this, because I find it funny. Not that Nintendo could have necessarily done anything about this, because they can just go buy whatever they want on the market. But it does seem to contrast. It's like Disney with China, right? It's like Nintendo and Saudi Arabia. What the hell? Like the joy of Nintendo, of Mario and all of this stuff, and then stoning atheists. I don't know. It just doesn't really vibe to me at all.
It just shows that money has no moral or religion or heritage or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's money to them. And that makes sense. I mean, it would be money to an American company buying it as well. But that contrast is funny to think about. And I think the main takeaway for me is just that you mentioned how we're seeing a trend now. And so what's next? Because it seems like this seems to be an angle to continue to spend more on video game companies specifically. So I don't know. I guess we just hope it's not your favorite company that you're then going to have a moralistic problem with buying their games, because that would really, really suck. But like you said, Colin, it's impossible to live a full economic, moralistically good life. But at the same time, you can't argue with your own conscience on what you think is appropriate. And we encourage people to follow their conscience, whether you feel right or wrong. If you want to keep buying games like from SNK, then that's fine. We encourage people to do what feels right for them. But the point still stands. Be concerned, no doubt, because it seems like this is not the end.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what else they might consider picking up, especially at these 5%, 1 in 20 kind of maybe board member-ish kind of thing. Like that's enough to say like, I want a place on the board, or I want at least a major voice on who gets on the board, which you would get with 5 out of 100 votes. So we'll see what happens with this, but it's worth keeping an eye on, and I'm glad people are becoming more cognizant of it. Again, as we say on the show over and over again, it's not about Saudi people. I know Saudi people. I went to college with quite a few Saudi people. I loved them. They were great people. It's about a society that treads on women, the rights of minorities in religious aspects, cultural aspects, and all of the rest, that's waging a fucking crazy war in Yemen that no one talks about, that is backed by the United States. So there's a lot of complexities there. And when we're not a political show, and we're going to talk more about politics. I've kind of truncated it all together. But when politics hits games, we're going to talk about it and we're going to confront it. We have to talk about those things. We have to. We simply must. Games are political. The creation of games is political. Games can be political in their subject matter. And certainly when we go and put our money in someone's pockets and all that money circulates around all the different sources, it becomes the most political thing there is. So thank you for writing in, Brad, and everyone else that did. And we're glad to talk about it. But we'll leave it for the Nintendo podcast to sort that problem out from here.
The weather is finally starting to get warm outside, and Factor can help you spend less time at home in the kitchen and more time enjoying the springtime with no cooking, grocery shopping, or dishes. Plus, Factor's offers health-conscious grab-and-go add-ons like smoothies and juices. Thankfully for me, I'm not really into the whole meal planning and prep, but I could still eat well. And that's why I leave my meals to Factor. Factor makes it easy for me to eat clean 24/7 with fresh, never frozen prepared meals that are so delicious, you wouldn't believe that they're actually good for you. Factor now offers 30 meals per week, where you can choose from a variety of new meals every week. On top of that, Factor gives you the option to change it up and select any plan size between 4 and 18 meals per week. Busy schedule for both lunch and dinner? No worries. add an extra 2, 3, or even 4 meals to your order. I've really been enjoying Factor because sometimes working for Last Stand, my days can fill up in unexpected ways, and I don't find myself eating dinner until sometimes 7, 8, or even 9 p.m. at night. And so at that point, I'm not always in the mood to cook something, but I don't necessarily want to order out again. So Factor has been a great solution for that. Head to go.factor75.com/sacred120 and use code sacred120 to get $120 off. That's code sacred120 at go.factor75.com/sacred120 for $120 off.
What I want to segue back to, as we are a PlayStation podcast, however, is what's going on with PlayStation and Roe versus Wade in the United States. Because again, a lot of people wrote in about this as well. So I'm glad to talk about it. And we don't have to get into the issue of Roe versus Wade and abortion itself. I don't think that's necessary. But I want to talk rather about what's going on over here. So as we talked about, did we talk about it last week? I think we did.
It came up very lightly at the end. Okay, so mid questions, we brought it up and basically said it was stupid.
Right. That's true. And I you're right, because I did a Sacred Symbols Plus mailbag where I talked extensively about it, and that's what I'm getting confused with.
Yeah.
So just to kind of lay it out for people, Bloomberg reported on an internal email circulated at Sony that was purportedly written, who the hell knows who actually wrote it, by Jim Ryan, with his name on it, let's say. And I'm not saying that like it was sent covertly or something. What I'm saying is that he's not writing his own email,
right?
Or his own messaging. And so he wrote this thing or whatever it is, and it was about, we don't know exactly what it said because we've not seen the email. It's being reported as Bloomberg having seen it. And parts of it apparently talk about respecting people's opinions on the pro-choice, pro-life debate has been raging for decades in the United States, but is going to come to a head maybe as soon as next week, when it looks like the court will issue either a 5-4 or 6-3 opinion striking down Roe versus Wade and sending the question of abortion back to the states in the United States. And so his email stated, like, let's just respect everyone's issues. If you're American, you know that this is a hot button third rail issue. That divides people in many different ways, and I just try to avoid it as best I can. And so this was reported as being like a tone deaf thing, not only because he asked for kind of both sidesism or both sides stuff, but that his email was tone deaf, talking about cats and dogs and all sorts of weird shit. Now, I want to point this out. I want to point this out explicitly because I want to make sure people understand the point I'm making. I can't know this for sure, but my sense is that we haven't seen the email because seeing the full email will point out how stupid this entire drama surrounding it is, which is why I think Bloomberg didn't publish the email at all to begin with, because why would you not have the email? I've never heard of that, really. So that's one thing that I think that they were kind of obfuscating and hiding the full text of the email, because in context, it probably wasn't as extreme as you thought. But the other thing about it is that I feel like they were essentially kind of bullied into taking a side. And they announced, according to the Washington Post, I guess Insomniac. So Insomniac, purchased by Sony several years ago, a long time, second party partner before that, is planning on donating $50,000 to the Women's Reproductive Rights Assistance Project, and that Sony will match this. But that, according to Washington Post reporting, people are otherwise not allowed to take a position at a studio level, and I think even at a personal level on behalf of the studio. So no pro-life or pro-choice stuff. Not a huge surprise for a Japanese company, but different than a lot of American companies, including one that's going to become a Sony subsidiary in Bungie that is not only leaning into pro-choice messaging, but anti-gun violence messaging and kind of pro-Black Lives Matter messaging following the shooting at the Buffalo supermarket. So that's going to create a conflict with them too, probably in the future. But I'm just trying to set this all up so that they kind of had a reverse course. And it creates this problem because Michael Pekin wrote in and said, hey, CCD, when I saw Jim Ryan's email, I didn't think much of it because I thought, yeah, of course you respect a difference of opinion. But then after I kept seeing reports and influencers being outspoken about Sony, I started to question if I was an asshole for thinking that way. It's like gaslighting. And that is the first time I felt that way. Just wanted to see if that happened to you guys. So I understand what Michael's saying here. What he's saying is like, your instinct is to see what Jim Ryan purportedly said and be like, yeah, of course. But then the response is so directional with no dissent that it does start to make you question your sanity. of being like, what did he do wrong? Like, it's not a political thing to me. It's like, I don't get it. And it can't, it's like the Simpsons meme. Like, is it me that's out of touch?
Right.
So Chris, what do you think about this? Talk about it however you'd like. I'm just curious what your take is.
Yeah, I still feel like we're missing a major part in the lack of the actual email. Like, I feel like that's a massive part of this conversation that we can't really comment on because we've just not seen it. I don't know how tone deaf the email is because I haven't seen it. I've only heard people talk about how, or seen people tweet about how, really, because I haven't seen anybody talk about it really, how tone deaf it is. And the general message of it seems to be just kind of just leave things alone, which I get is not exactly, if that is the message, it's almost like, why send the message? Why send the email at all? It's just like, all right, well, the people who are going to be outspoken are going to be outspoken. The people who aren't. So just like, let that play out. It's by itself. It feels weird to interject yourself into a situation where your ultimate impact will be little to potentially like controversial by kind of distancing yourself from the overall conflict or conversation, which is basically what happened. He sent out this email that was basically like, hey, just be respectful of people's opinions. Just don't. There's almost like a don't get involved kind of air about it. And I don't know if that was a smart email to send, really, because it seems either self-explanatory or unnecessary to say.
I totally agree. And I also think it's like, why do you expect us? If I were in the Sony C-suite, right, I'd be like, why would anyone expect that we have something to say about this?
Right.
Well, it's like it's like, what does Ja Rule think of 9/11 situation? Like, it doesn't, why do you care what Sony PlayStation thinks about Roe versus Wade? I mean, I can understand in some even scant way, like gun violence, maybe, the kind of hypnosis of digital games and all these things with young people, maybe ratings and all that kind of stuff. But if I were at them, I'd be like, I'm going to build the wall as tight as possible. There should be no expectation that we would ever say anything about this. And we're not. And you're not either. Like, and I would just, if I were at Sony, and maybe this would have made it messier, I would have just kind of dispatched a letter to the leads of different departments and the different studios and been like, just no. Like, no. And it's like we said, I think, or maybe I said it on Sacred Symbols Plus, it's the old Republicans buy sneakers too argument, right?
Right.
If you're just smart, you just don't want to be involved at all. It doesn't mean you don't have a strong opinion about it. I think everyone kind of has an opinion on abortion. Mm-hmm. It's not about that. It's about whether your corporate entity belongs in the discourse. And if you are going to enter the social discourse, you have some Achilles heels, man. You better guard yourself because you're seriously breaching the social realm when you're doing business with China and you're doing this with this and you're doing this with that. I don't know you want to expose yourself. That's why I think it's smart to be quiet. And just be like, nah, we make video games. Like, I don't know what else you want us to say. Dustin, am I off base with that? Or see, that's what I want more out of corporations. I don't care what Starbucks thinks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a shit.
Well, it's like when Pride Month rolls around and then all the profile pictures change, and then once it ends, it goes back to normal.
Right. And why I take such pleasure in sharing that Wayland Yutani logo every year, like as a meme, where it's the gay Pride Wayland Yutani logo from Alien. Because it's fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. Like, the creased flags go up what is it, June 1st or whatever?
To me, it's like, I get to some extent why you would want to, like, because I don't care what the opinion of a company is at all, generally speaking, unless that physically manifests in some sort of genuine, monetary support of the thing that I am vehemently, you know what I mean? Like, if there were people who, like, a long time ago, I know Chick-fil-A like donated money to like really like shady shit, And if you had a problem with that, I could see why you wouldn't want to eat at Chick-fil-A. Like, that makes perfect sense to me. But like, if Sony had said, if PlayStation had come out and been like, hey, we are pro-life over here, and we're not supporting any organizations that push this or whatever, it's just what we think. First of all, I'd be like, why are you saying that? Second of all, I'd be like, that's dumb, but I guess I don't care because like you're PlayStation and you're not breaching any moral line in having me support you. You know, I just think this. I just find it. Anytime a company has an opinion, it's weird inherently because a corporation is not a person. You know, that's not. It's just PR shit. For the most part, there are some companies that do like genuinely stand by the shit that they do, and they put a lot of money into it, and I respect those people a lot. But for the most part, for most of these corporations, for most of these companies, it's just the pride flag on June 1st, and then it's gone at the end of the month. Like, they don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't actually put their money where their mouth is on a lot of these issues. It's purely performative for a lot of them. Not all of them, but most certainly.
Right. And also, it's important to keep in mind that even those that donate, it's not a zero-sum game. And it shouldn't necessarily be a zero-sum game. The tax brackets or the tax structure in the United States is designed to encourage you to donate money. But when Apple donates $100,000 to LGBTQ plus things, it's like the accountants there are like, oh, we get to take $100,000 off our taxable income. Sweet. You know, it's not like they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart strictly. It's the example I always use when you go to hotels and they have the thing on the bed and it's like we're a green hotel. Leave the sheet on the pillow if you want us to change your bed. And it's like you don't want to do the fucking washing machine and dryer. I don't believe that you're green. You don't care, right? And so I know that that's a very cynical view of the world, but it is my view of bloated corporations that do cut corners and do things like this. And I don't get what you gain out of entering a third rail conversation like this. As individuals, you can do that. We can all have our own opinions. And my take on my company is you can all express whatever you want. But we as a company don't take positions. We have no position. Except for like, I think we just all agree on certain things. So that kind of becomes the de facto position.
Right.
For instance, manufacturing American goods for our merch coming soon. Dustin, let's get you involved in the conversation. What do you have to say about this?
I think that PlayStation in particular right now, especially looking at their last few years, is thinking from a global sense and the fact that they are a group of many companies in many different locations that all have different, as far as their location, it's likely that not all of them are pro-choice. I know this is like a brain explosion for some people in this industry, but spoiler alert, not everyone is pro-choice. A lot of people that make games are probably not pro-choice either. And so I can understand why Sony as a corporation or Jim Ryan as head of PlayStation doesn't want to make a blanket statement for everyone that works for the company. Think about in particular, and I don't want to speak for this company, but I'm just connecting some dots. Blue Point Games is in Austin, Texas, which Texas is a pretty Republican state. Not saying that it's full, that everyone at Blue Point is Republican, but I'm sure there are people that work there that aren't pro-choice or are not necessarily left-leaning. And so is it fair for your company to go out and make statements for you to make angles? I don't think so, personally. And so it's one of those things where I think that when we look at like Insomniac, like this article you posted here, Colin, from Washington Post, that they're doing their own internal donation and Sony's cool with that, but they don't want it to be like a public stance. I think that's definitely the more approach to do stuff. It's like, what's the point of donating something? Is it so you can do some good in the world, or so you can tell everybody that you donated something? Dude, right?
This is what I don't want to get too political. This is exactly what Ayn Rand would say about the virtues of selfishness, if you were, which is like, she would say like, you don't donate money only to help. You do it because it is a virtue signal to others as well. You're totally. I mean, I totally buy into that. Not to get too in the weeds. Sure. I know people get upset, but Yeah.
The last comment that I'll just make, since I think we've already covered this pretty extensively, is that this is going to be an issue for Sony and Bungie. Bungie is one of the most outspoken, I don't want to say one of the most, but a very outspoken company politically. And
they've been that way for a long time.
Right. They have been for a long time. And so this could create some conflict between PlayStation and Bungie, because they recently put out a statement about the recent going on with Roe v. Wade. And I'm betting that once they're owned by Sony, that they would not be okay with that. And so it will be, I wonder how it's going to shake out, because I don't see that necessarily going over well.
Well, they had I saw, I guess the community manager at Bungie had said that they will not be muzzled or something by Sony. And then I think Pete Parsons, said like exactly or something, like answered it. It said like, precisely or something like that. So yeah, I think they have all the
$3 billion.
Like, they have all the power.
Hey man, in my opinion, that's speaks well of Sony that they wouldn't do that. The fact that Bungie can keep that independent spirit, despite the fact that they're clearly like under a subsidiary of Sony, is that's a good thing in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see how it shakes up for PlayStation as a whole. But I don't imagine they'll have that much of a problem.
Yeah, you had brought up, I think, a while ago, though, Chris, the idea that not that it's associated, but that this freedom that Bungie has will just annoy all the other studios.
Oh yeah. No, without a doubt. But I mean, that's just how everything shook up.
Yeah, definitely.
You're just gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be weird from the perspective of a lot of those people. Like, I understand the frustration of like maybe like a lot of employees who might disagree with this kind of thing, because definitely like if I was working for a company and then they just like came out and like, hey, we're vehemently anti this or vehemently pro this, and it's like the opposite of my opinion, I'd be like, oh, well, that's puts me in an awkward position, because I'm like, this is not the most ideal way for me to live my life. But at the same time, I also don't think I care that much about what my company. At the same, it's almost like this. It's almost like two halves of the same thing, where it's like I feel pulled in many different directions when it comes to things like this.
I think that the social obligation of a corporation or a company or an entity like that, it grows in some way the bigger the company is, but I think in terms of specifics, it actually shrinks. In other words, you're a local bookstore. What I don't know why I always think of You've Got Mail, the Meg Ryan, Tom Hanks movie. I love that movie for some reason, because it's really symbolic of the internet age, where like the small bookstore is getting gobbled up basically and destroyed by this bigger bookstore. And it's ironic that they did books, because then obviously Amazon came and killed the fictional Fox books or whatever you would presume in the movie. But I always loved that, because their responsibilities to each other were different and to the societies around them. And if I were working at Sony, I would prefer a company where it's like, I don't want to hear a goddamn word out of you. Like, your entire focus should be on how we like run our business as well as possible, and anything else is a distraction. And I wouldn't necessarily think that about an indie studio or Lilimo or even Last Stand or something like that, which is just much smaller. But I want to leave it with this note from Teacher JKP, who I think has a good point. And it's something Chris brought up about, Chick-fil-A. It's, I think, the same sort of thing on the other side. He says, hey guys, I know you'll most likely get a ton of questions about the Jim Ryan Insomniac stuff, but I had a question that is related but personal. With the news of Insomniac donating and Sony's matching the donation of money to a pro-abortion group, I'm conflicted. I'm a loyal Sony customer of 20 plus years, but also pro-life. How can I possibly justify playing PlayStation and then tell myself it's okay that my money helped fund donations for abortions? How can I hold my 3-month-old and tell myself it's okay that people view a life like hers as simply a matter of convenience, all while paying those people the exact PlayStation purchases? I'm genuinely at a loss, and I feel like a situation like mine is the exact reason why Ryan sent his email in the first place. What are your thoughts? I think you're right, first of all, and it's just the other side of the coin. And why I think, because what Chris said with Chick-fil-A, you also have that to a lesser degree with In-N-Out, which is owned by evangelical Christians. And anyone who's eaten at In-N-Out knows that, because there are literally Bible verses on every fucking piece of food that you eat. And the trees outside are crossed and tied that way, like a cross. So it's not really exactly a secret that that's what it is. And Hobby Lobby is another example of that. And they were the ones that really actually got involved and I think went to the Supreme Court about healthcare, in which it didn't include contraceptions, because even for them, that was too far. This is why having a constellation of opinions, I think, on the market is good. And you have options. And so if you don't want to shop at Hobby Lobby, just go to like Michael's or something, or like, Joanne Fabric. It's like, okay, cool. If you don't want to go to Chick-fil-A, go buy McDonald's or something. Here, obviously, it gets a little more complicated and nuanced because if you're a PlayStation fan, you don't really have a way around it. But I would read it, teacher JKP, the person who wrote in, I'd read that as being contrite and trying to solve a PR problem with a very little amount of money, $50,000. It's like, okay, whatever. I agree that I feel like the pro-life movement is looked at in the United States as this thing that is a shrinking minority. But I think that there's a lot of power there. And I think the polling around Roe versus Wade confuses what people actually feel, because it's like 70-30, I think, abortion, pro-choice, pro-life, which sounds about right. But I think what people are really arguing about is the nuance about, like, when someone says, like, I don't want to overturn Roe versus Wade, what they mean is, like, they want abortion to be legal somehow. And I think a lot of people feel that way. And I think you find that people are like in the 6 to 12 week range for that kind of stuff. The reason I bring all of that up is because the nuance and the complications and the medical issues and the ethical issues and the religious issues and all those things are not for video game companies. They're not even for politicians. They're for like other venues. Don't expect like everyone you love to have some sort of take that you agree with on these issues. I wouldn't hold anyone to that account. I think it's weird. And I think it's weird that there were people at Sony that used Bloomberg to try to leverage that as if Sony was going to really change. I think Sony kind of held firm by just saying, fine, like Insomniac came to them with specific problems and they tried to solve it, So I understand that the pro-life, pro-choice, whatever stuff, it's all so fucked. And it's not for us. Unless there's a game about it or something. I think that would be awesome. I don't know what you would do.
Yeah.
Abortion simulator.
Oh man.
On PSVR 2.
Yeah, with those finger tracking controllers.
There's a pre-1972 mode and a post-1972 mode. And in the pre-1972 mode, you use like hangers.
Oh my lord.
You do it in like an alleyway, and then after 1972, you do it like in a hospital with, all the proper tools.
Oh man, that's very real. It's like a very real thing.
All right. Wear condoms, for God's sake. Use birth control. Just use birth control, please. I'm not a believer in saying like, if absence is fine if that's what you want to do. I just don't think that's realistic for a lot of people.
That's insane.
For God's sake, use condoms, use birth control, use pills or the whatever.
That's just not foolproof though, man.
It's not, but it'll at least help you.
It will help, but like
the best thing you can do is to maybe not have sex during you get to know your partner and don't have sex during the times when she's most likely to get pregnant is also a smart thing to do. It's like, I don't know. I guess I'm old school.
Ooh, boy.
I want to say more, but I can't. Pull out.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say is that, remember, how do I put this? I'm curious about who's going to take a stand where and what avenue for something that costs them something. Everyone always takes the popular position in the games industry, like with no movement on it. And remember, the reason I wanted to bring this up as a postscript is because remember what happened to John Gibson last year. John Gibson was the co-founder and president of Tripwire, the guys that made Maneater. He said he was pro-life on Twitter and he had to quit for saying he was pro-life. That's nuts. I don't think I'm not pro-life personally. I'm pro-choice, but I respect the pro-life issue and the pro-life stance. And I don't feel like that's a good counter argument is to demonize people that believe in the sanctity of life. I don't think I don't think that that's utilitarian or practical, but I don't disrespect.
Yeah. I don't think it's the right way to go about it. I'm a pro-choice person too. And to me, it seems like I understand the perspective of like, if you really think babies are being murdered, then it would be reasonable that you would be upset and passionate about it. I don't personally think that's what's happening, but it would be weird if you did believe that you wouldn't feel strongly about it, Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's a hot button issue for sure. I do think that a lot of people in the industry do tend to just lean that way, so it's extra convenient to be able to take a stance like that, because it's like I don't think it's as cynical as like, you know, we don't believe this, but it's the popular position, so we'll come out with that. I do think, genuinely speaking, that a lot of the people at the tops of these organizations probably do feel that way authentically, and they're just publicly saying that. So I don't think there's any lying going on.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother thing that, you know, could potentially be happening in other avenues. But yeah, it just creates a whole host of problems where, like, I don't think companies should really be saying anything. I think heads of companies can say things. I think individuals can say as much as they want, and I think that that's totally fine. But it will always read as hollow when a company says something.
Well, it reminds me of two things. J.K. Rowling, when our publisher, Hatchet, I think it is, when people were there, they were like, we don't want to work on her stuff, and they basically were like, too fucking bad, dude. You know, like that's what we do. We publish books. I don't care what you think about it. You know, and Netflix, actually, the second thing is Netflix released a statement in the last few days. I don't know if you guys saw it, like a hiring kind of manifesto, where they say in part, like, they say, I think, quote unquote, Netflix is not the right place for you if you can't work on things you don't agree on. So people are starting to kind of become wise to this and kind of try to buttress themselves from activist employees, which is what are responsible for all of these different things. But I just thought it was a shame that someone like John Gibson was run out for such an anodyne fucking mainstream opinion. They're totally mainstream, especially they're a Georgia-based studio. You want to talk about being in Austin, Texas, which is actually pretty liberal. I think even Gearbox would be a better example of that in Texas because they're in Frisco.
Probably.
You know?
Yeah.
But when you're talking about Tripwire in Georgia, it's like, who do you think's making those games, dude? Who do you think's working at Insomniac in North Carolina, by the way? A lot of people, probably homegrown people. Or Red Storm in North Carolina, whatever, et cetera. Epic.
Right.
Not everyone has to agree on all issues. As far as the splitting of the audience goes, that just benefits companies like ours because I really don't care what you think. You're welcome here. We're not trying to tell you anything or fucking moralize to you. I don't know, man. I want to see one day one of these outlets or one of these people take a political stance that is counter to the prevailing wisdom one time. And I think you're right, Chris, by the way, that I don't think that there's a lot of lying or whatever in social commentary in the space. I think that comes in with geopolitical and economic stuff, which a lot of people don't understand, and they're easily manipulated, i.e. Israel and Palestine, i.e. Ukraine and Russia, all that stuff, where people are just like, oh, yeah, here's my Ukrainian flag icon. Yeah, here's my, like, that's the shit where no one knows what's going on, and they're just easily manipulated. I'm not saying you're wrong for supporting Ukraine. The point I'm trying to make is, you know what the point I'm trying to make. I don't need to explain it. A more positive political thing, before we get into a more negative political thing again, but related to Sony, is that they put out a press release and they say the following in part, quote, Sony Group Corporation is accelerating its goal of achieving carbon neutrality throughout the entire value chain, including scopes 1, 2, 3 by 10 years from 2050 to 2040, and its target for achieving 100% renewable energy in its own operation also by 10 years from 2040 to 2030. So there are these different paradigms and there are different scopes that they had outlined, like continuous reduction of environmental impact, further promotion of energy efficient product, et cetera, and so on. So they're going through these various phases. And I just wanted to people can go read about it. It's called The Road to Zero. And the article from Sony is Sony accelerates target to achieve a zero environmental footprint by 10 years. For all the fucked up things that are going on in the world, well, they're going to talk about another one of them right after this. I thought that this was a very positive story that I'm sure no one else is really going to talk about, but we must take care of the earth.
Yeah.
And corporations do have, this isn't even a political thing. Corporations have an inherent responsibility to take care of the planet with their operation. I'm not saying that you can't cut trees down for wood. I'm not saying you can't get gas out of the ground. I'm saying that you can't poison rivers. You can't, just fucking strip mine anything you want and just destroy things or whatever. Yeah. I know it's a popular corporate thing to do, and it's going to save them money by doing it, but it's good. It's a good thing.
It's also had like a genuinely like positive effect on our trajectory for ever since companies started to kind of take notice of this and actually like start implementing changes. Like we're not at a point where like, oh, we're completely we don't have anything to worry about. But it's definitely the fact that this issue was raised so long ago and companies have been at least like somewhat proactive in it has, contributed to an overall situation where we are definitely at a point now in the health of the planet where we are better off now than we would have been had this not been an initiative that companies were taking part in for the last like 20 years or so. So this is it's good news.
I think you're right, and I think some companies, I hate to admit it because I'm totally against stuff like cap and trade, but I think the threat of cap and trade and taxing carbon, though it never came to fruition, I think scared the shit out of some of these companies. Oh yeah, and they just saw it. We're like, we gotta do something about this. We can even trade away, because the whole idea of cap and trade was to say if we are like net neutral or even net negative in some way, we can actually sell that to another company for money. It's an interesting idea.
You do have to. It's so sad but you do have to kind of bribe the morality out of big corporations.
Totally, it's fucked. But that's the way it is. That's why I keep saying we should have a permanently adversarial relationship with all corporations, even if we love them or love their products,
their output. Yeah,
right. You still have to have an adversarial, totally fuck you relationship with them, at the very least.
Yeah.
All right. A darker political thing I did want to bring up in passing, because I'm curious what you guys think about this, especially as you guys both use Twitch and we all use Discord. Me and my browser. Over at the New York Attorney General website, Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, who is briefly running for governor, but I think has rescinded that run, said in part, quote, New York Attorney General Letitia James today announced that her office is launching investigations into social media companies in connection with the terror attack in Buffalo that claimed 10 lives and wounded 3 individuals. The investigations will look into the social media companies and other online resources that the shooter used to discuss and amplify his intentions and acts to carry out this attack. Specifically, the investigations will focus on these platforms that may have been used to stream, promote, or plan the event, including but not limited to Twitch, owned by Amazon, 4chan, 8chan, and Discord. And there's more. We won't talk about that. Of course, there was a really horrible shooting yet again in the United States. That's one of the things I just don't know what the solution is to that problem. And that's not has anything to do with this show. And of course, video games are constantly blamed. And with him streaming this, which is dark as fuck, I haven't actually gone and tried to find the stream.
No.
I saw a screenshot because sometimes I am curious about that stuff as dark as it is. We've talked about like the fucked up beheading videos and stuff that you see, and you're like, oh yeah, God. And it really makes you anti-violent forever. At least it did for me. When you see that kind of stuff, you're like, man, violence is just an awful thing. But it's crazy that he used Twitch to stream it, and presumably he used Discord for some planning and promulgation of these thoughts. I'm curious, Dustin, what do you make of this? Do you think that Twitch has some sort of culpability for this, Discord and all these other companies, or are they basically just tools? Because I really have a hard time blaming any of these companies for this problem personally. It's not his fault. Just like I don't think it's the gun manufacturer's fault that he shot someone either. Like it's the person's fault. The tools he used, it was his choice. So I find this kind of weird, and I don't like this for 2 reasons. The first is that New York has a lot of power as a state, and number 2 is that this can disrupt the operations and curtail the operations of platforms we like if they start getting scared that states and the federal government are going to start getting involved in their operations when really they're just a tool.
Right. I don't know if I have much to add based on what you just said. I mean, these are tools. Someone can get radicalized through a book, or someone writes something on a napkin or whatever. I mean, I know that obviously Discord's much more advanced than a napkin, but it's like, I don't know, do you go after a phone company for a terrorist or a shooter that uses a phone to coordinate with somebody? I don't know. It's just, these are newer forms of communication, and they're going to be used for every possible way that someone already could use to communicate. Like, it's just, there's an infinite amount of ways that they can really be used. And so I don't know, you get into real murky territory when you talk about whether or not a company like Twitch or Discord is at fault. Like, what do you want? Do you want these companies spying on what everyone does all the time? I mean, first of all, it's not physically possible. I guess maybe you could develop an AI or something, but even then you're getting into weird territory where you're watching everyone all the time, and it's not something that I would like.
What do you think? You have anything to add, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's not Twitch's fault and it's not Discord's fault. I mean, people will communicate how they want to communicate, like school, like shootings, mass violence. It's existed way before the live streaming and easily communicatable chat rooms. You know, like even I think in the last few years there was a shooting at a church that was streamed on Facebook. You know, like this isn't. This is just unfortunately the reality of the world that we live in, and there's no real easy solution. But like penalizing the platforms that they just so happen to choose to facilitate what they already clearly plan to do just doesn't connect with me. Like I can't imagine that anybody in their right mind would agree that Twitch and Discord are at fault for the Buffalo shooting. I feel like it's almost like a really depressing it sets this really depressing precedent, or I guess it doesn't set it, but it follows this depressing precedent where we're not willing to really look all that deep into things. We're only willing to kind of like stop the buck at the most convenient thing, which is, oh, you know, it's Twitch's fault, or oh, it's Discord's fault, oh, it's Doom's fault, oh, it's it's Facebook Live's fault. It's like, no, how about maybe look at why this is happening in the first place? Maybe think about like why people are so unstable that they are willing to do this, and what can you do about that? And it's like, nah, just find Twitch or something. And it's like, I don't know. It's depressing that that people in power think that the buck stops there. It's so misguided.
I agree. I think the scope of the investigation is up to the state, of course, but I would imagine that you would want to maybe just look at the individual that did this heinous crime, just a fucking outrageous crime. The sad reality from, I don't know if it's sad. I mean, it is how I feel. And I think a lot of people feel this way in the United States, especially, is I would rather live in a more dangerous world that is freer. And I really feel that way. Like, I don't want the government up in my business. I don't want the government up in Twitch's business and Discord's business and all of that. Like, give us a set of rules to live by that are reasonable, and there are going to be bad actors. That's it. And then we have to work to mitigate them. I'm going to take this call. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think, I don't know. I think that I agree with that, but there is also the perspective of like, you know, how free are you if you're paralyzed by the fear of danger? Like, I don't think, I don't know. It's just so depressing to me that they just stop the bucket at these companies when it's very clearly like a deeper problem. And to be honest, like if you look online, especially like even on cable news, man, like I feel like every time I turn the TV on, or every time I look at like a headline, or, you know, popular, political YouTube people who are posting like seven videos every day, every headline I see is like, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. They're coming after you. They're coming after you. They're coming after you. You know? And it's like, no wonder people are fucking losing their shit. I feel like it's a lot of like misguided, easily manipulated people who are acting in ways that they believe are self-righteous. Because they're so fucking afraid.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it's not before even social media, it was like the idea that like a shocking headline is going to lead always. And now it's like that stuff is in your face 24/7 thanks to the news cycle and thanks to our phones. And, you know, I once heard, I can't remember who said this or what, but the human mind is not meant to deal with the world's problems all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like you'll just go nuts.
But there is also just like a nefariousness where I feel like there's like there is a financial incentive to foster an audience of people who are afraid. Yeah. And that's the case in cable news. That's the case even on YouTube for people who post like all these like, you know, they're coming after you, they're coming after you, they're coming to get you, they're taking away your freedom, they're doing this, they're doing that. Like be afraid. They, you, they versus you. It's all just a bunch of scared people lashing out because they're being just played. And it's I don't know. It's not surprising to me that this violence happens. And you look into the history and it's like, oh, well, what are they talking about? They're talking about like defending something, and it's like you're. It's so sad, but we don't have the answers to that because we're a PlayStation podcast.
So sorry to be rude there. I was expecting another call earlier. The pool people were going to call me because they have to finish the concrete around my pool still. It's not done yet, although we're using the pool now. But that was another call, which was the psychiatrist's office asking for my copay. And I'm like, and I appreciate that, but it's like, can't we just like do this another way? I don't know. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk. No offense, very nice lady, but we don't have to have a chat. By the way, I just take notes as we write, and I try to keep all of the topics in order so that when I write the description for the show, I have an idea of what we were talking about. And so far it says Saudi Arabia plus Nintendo, Jim Ryan plus abortion, Sony nears net neutrality, and New York investigates Twitch. This sounds like a barn burner, boys. I'm gonna tell you what, got a barn burner going on here. All right, let's get into some PlayStation news, as it were. And this starts with some stuff being said in a financial meeting that has people talking over at our friends Push Square. Wrote about this. Sammy Barker wrote, Sony acquisition of Bungie represents a major step forward in becoming more multi-platform. So in a financial discussion, he describes it as a corporate strategy meeting. Kenichiro Yoshida, who is the CEO of Sony, noted that, and it says here, first, he says, quote, actually, this was said by Jim Ryan earlier. He says, quote, I'd love to see a world where hundreds of millions of people can enjoy those games. And in talking about the acquisition of Bungie, Kenichiro Yoshida said that acquisition, which they expect, as I said last week, to close by the end of 2022 with no problems from the FTC or others, says, quote unquote, is a major step forward in becoming more multi-platform. It's interesting. This has some people talking. I'm wondering, Dustin, how do you feel about this idea of a more multi-platform Sony? Not something that they've not explicitly said before in so many words. They talk about going to PC. They talk about more. They wish that more people, like I said, Jim Ryan had said, more people play the games. I don't know that they've used that terminology. And I think he specifically in the fuller quote says Xbox and others, which is, we often talk about how it's more likely that PlayStation acknowledges, or Xbox acknowledges PlayStation than PlayStation acknowledges Xbox. It feels like that's starting to change a little bit. Do you think there's anything here?
Definitely. We see Sony really they're trying to get their cash cow with a live service game. They've got so many in production, and we talked about before that I'm sure they expect half of them or more to fail. If they can just get one live service game that is a hit, then they've got a huge amount of income that they could get. And one of the keys to that success, I would argue, is to be multi-platform. A live service game, if you can get it as many places as possible at the lowest entry possible, the more likely you are to succeed. Not that that's like a surefire, but I would say that it's definitely part of the equation. So I wouldn't be surprised that we see some of these live service games from Sony also launch on Xbox, at the very least launch on PC. Hell, maybe even Switch, depending on what type of live service game it is. But I think that that's probably what they mean from multi-plat. And then, of course, the PC initiative has worked out fantastic for them. And so the question just, of course, is what will be next for PlayStation put out on PC? My bet is Ghost of Tsushima will probably be the next one.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't even hazard a guess at this point because I can't quite suss out the logic. Although there was logic to Horizon Forbidden West, there was logic to God of War in teasing the new games, but then you see, I think, them holding back in some way with Dreams, holding back, I think, even with GT7 and other games that can really benefit. And in doing my episode, a couple of episodes with Z28 Gaming, the Gran Turismo expert, I learned, as we said, that sim racing is fucking PC centric as hell right now. Like Gran Turismo needs to go there, you know? Though it's selling very well on PlayStation, it can dominate that scene if it just makes itself open. Chris, how do you feel about this, about the more explicit embrace of multi-platform that it still scares a lot of PlayStation fans? I've kind of embraced it because it means more PlayStation games, and that's what we love. That's the secret sauce that we love, more PlayStation games. I don't care if they play it on goddamn Switch, if it means that we get those games. So what do you think?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for a while. I do feel like, their live service initiative, if they're not considering multi-platform for their live service initiative, then they're dead in the water. I think it's just a kind of, it's a necessary step in this genre and in this field, because it's so hyper competitive. And I think the advantage you have, especially for a live service, if depending on whether or not they go free to play or not, is just giving players and consumers as few excuses as possible to not check something out. Like, new PlayStation games out. Well, PS5s are impossible to find right now. I have a base PS4 that I barely use because it's not powerful enough to run even basic shit at this point. And I have a PC, and that's where I play. And if Sony's putting out a new live service game, if they put out The Last of Us Factions, right, and players can't find a PS5, but it's available on PC, can you imagine how big that would be? That would be that would be such a huge deal. And I think it would be awesome for them to do it, by the way. I think it would be really cool to see The Last of Us Factions launch simultaneously on the PlayStation ecosystem and on PC. And you know what? Even on Xbox. I think Halo Infinite should be on PlayStation. I really do feel like this is just the future of these types of experiences, because why wouldn't you want everybody together sharing like this great experience that you made and then benefiting almost exclusively from it? Like players are going to play on other platforms, sure, but like they are spending time in your ecosystem. That's an entire player base, Xbox players and PC players, who could potentially just spend most of their time playing PlayStation games. That's a no-brainer especially for free-to-play stuff. Like that is you have to have that as everywhere as possible, because then there's no excuse for you not to check it out, But even paid stuff, I think, just put yourself out there, because those games live and die by their population, and you need healthy population.
Yeah, just ask Babylon's Fall right now how it's doing.
Yeah,
even
ask
across
that one
all
guy.
these platforms. Anthony Golia wrote in and said, "Hey guys, hope you're all having a good day. Last week when you guys were discussing different options Sony could implement to combat their inability to produce enough consoles, you guys played with the idea that some of their exclusives would start to launch on PC a little sooner. And this had me thinking, which leads me to this question. At this point, could it be beneficial for Sony to go all in on the PC platform in the same way Microsoft did, with a dedicated PC launcher giving access to the PlayStation Store, a way to see your game library, friends list, the ability to install games that are available on PlayStation and PC, but last but not least, the ability to earn trophies for the PC version of these games? Do you think it would still have as negative an effect as people would think, or could this be a good way to offset the ongoing chip shortage? Thanks for the great content week after week. You guys put in the work and it shows. Have yourself a great day." Thank you for writing in, Anthony. I don't think this comes up every once in a while on the show, and I think we always have the same answer, which is like, I just don't think Sony wants to play in this game. Like, what is the purpose? First of all, they are significantly invested in Epic, and they have their own store. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is they're already happy and doing huge numbers on Steam. Horizon sold like 1 million copies on Steam in its first month. So they don't probably like the deal. They might have a special sweetheart deal at Steam for all we know, with Valve too. I would imagine some big publishers and the console holders probably do have special deals that are not the typical 70-30 split. But I don't think Sony should go into proprietary stuff. They do need to figure out how to integrate trophies into these games with a separate module and all of the rest. They need to do that with their mobile games. Or when those start rolling out Integrator number 2, we already have Wipeout basically just kind of coming and going. So I do think that kind of ecosystem stuff is important, but I don't know that a launcher or a storefront is what they need. Yeah, what do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, a launcher is like a horrible idea. We are like, you see launchers being shut down now because people hate them so bad on PC. Look at like Bethesda was one of them.
Origin,
Origin sucks. Like anytime I try to play an EA game on PC and I have to boot up Origin, I feel like I'm in hell temporarily while I'm logging into that. And Ubisoft has one too. And I don't know. It would depend on what kind of tangible benefit, which maybe it would be trophies. On one hand, I think that it could be possible that they could implement trophies into PCs. But number one, this is Sony we're talking about. And two, I would think that they would be worried that people would be able to like mod the game in order to give them instant platinums,
which is why PSP didn't get trophies.
Right. But it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, Sony, do you care about the sanctity of the platinum or do you not? Because you can also buy a game where you tap the screen and you get a platinum. Like, which one is it? Like,
yeah,
you
actually,
should
just
just
do
do
a
it or
sequel
not.
and a third one. There's like 3 Mayo games
it's
now.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I totally agree. It's insane. I actually reached out to one of the developers of those kind of low tier games. He didn't respond, but I wanted to like really earnestly talk to him about like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? I don't understand what you're doing. But he didn't answer, and I don't blame him, I guess. Chris, what do you think? Do you agree with Dustin's synopsis here that a launcher is a fool's errand?
Yeah, they're all terrible. Even Epic Game Store is just like, because I have the Division on PC through Epic, the Division 2, and like every now and then I want to play it, but then I think about I got to open the Epic Store. I guess I'll play something else. Like it really is that, and it sounds so funny because it sounds so dumb. Because I feel there are people who are out there, if a game is on like a different console, they're going to go buy that console to play it. But I can't be bothered to open up like a free thing that I already have because it's a different window. But it really is. It just feels like this monumental task for whatever reason, opening one of these launchers and then just being like, oh, do I remember my ID from
and if you haven't opened it in a while, you're going to have to update it.
Oh, God,
and then you're going to have to update the game within it because it hasn't been open, so it hasn't been auto-updating, stuff like that. It's just like,
it's just,
Epic at least is, Epic is if you're not playing a game on Steam, either Epic or GOG are like pretty good experiences overall. But when you get into the Origin and the Uplays, you're in bad territory and you need to watch out.
But that's what I'm saying. Even the comparably good launchers or storefronts are still just these things that I just don't...
You put up with.
Steam launches so quickly. It's archaic, it's very like old school. It's very, it looks very much basically the same as it's looked for the last like 10 years, but it opens quickly and it runs perfectly and it's fine. It does everything I need to do. So like anytime I have to open anything else, it's just a tedious mess. So I agree that launches are a bad idea. I do personally think it would be great for them to just sort of go all in on the PC space. But at the same time, I do think it's an interesting strategy for them to push consoles in this way of like kind of like, okay, here's God of War 4 years later, a couple months before the new one comes out. I think that's an interesting strategy and one that's working for them. So I don't see any need for them to change. Although I do feel like that change is inevitable. I do think at some point, maybe not in the next 2 years, maybe not in the next 5 or even 7 years, but I think at some point you will see Sony kind of do this symbiotic PC relationship that Xbox is doing, although maybe a little bit differently because obviously that's a Game Pass situation as well. But that future is coming. Like, I have no doubt about that. But you're not going to see that for a while.
Well, PC nerds, enjoy your PlayStation games. You'll start getting them more often. Dreams continues to be the major missing element, especially with the popularity of Roblox and all this other stuff. It's like, I don't know what you guys are doing.
You know what I bet it is? I bet it's the motion controls.
I was thinking
you're probably exactly right. I mean, I wonder PSVR 2 will work with it. I wonder if they'll have some sort of way where you can play it with the controllers without the VR unit, which would be kind of interesting too. I mean, it's not a huge fix because you would still need the VR unit, but PlayStation Move, tethering that thing to Move was stupid. Dude, I told you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I told you guys over and over again on the show as we've gone on, I went to dinner in Germany with Media Molecule in 2013, and I told them, you cannot base your new game around the PlayStation Move. It's stupid. And no one really knew what it was, and they were like kind of surprised and picking my brain, like, why do you think that's stupid? And I'm like, it's the PlayStation Move, dude. And this thing is still using it. That was 10 years ago. So anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, don't worry. Like I don't remember what I was going to say, but I think I don't know. It is conspicuously absent, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if maybe when PSVR 2 launches that maybe there'll be some way. It would be interesting if you could actually use the PSVR as a VR headset, but I don't think they would be. I don't know. That's not very.
You mean
Sony.
for PC?
For PC. Like you can do with the Oculus, because you can hook up the Oculus Quest to like Steam and play your Steam games through it.
Right.
But I don't know if Sony would be that forward thinking. But that would be great for Dreams.
So awesome.
That would be great for Dreams if they could kind of get that proprietary software working through the PC client. But I don't know. We'll see. That's pie in the sky. Thinking.
I heard from Tom, by the way. Moore's Law is dead. He just was reaching out about PSVR 2, and he was hearing rumors that the pricing might be cheaper than we think for it.
Well,
So I'm really excited to see more
PSVR
of that
2,
unit.
$17 confirmed.
Yep, $17 sold at a loss, but hoping to make the money back on games. All right, just like we can move through some of these a little quicker now. PlayStation Blog reports that the promised Nova Pink, Starlight Blue, and Galactic Purple covers for the consoles are now, or I'm not sorry, are going to be soon available starting in June 2022. US, UK, most parts of Europe, others will have direct.playstation.com access beginning in the middle of June if you want to buy them direct. I don't know that I'm going to go down this road. By the way, there's already black covers, I think, and the controllers, I think, are already in the wild. The pink, blue, and purple controllers. I don't have any of those. I only have the white controllers and the white covers. I think I might go with the black cover.
Yeah.
Just to make the place, it's too loud as a white console. It's too big. But are you guys going to buy any of these colors?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I already pre-ordered the purple. I'm in. I like one. I'm thinking about if I can get a vibrant green center like sticker for it so it can look like an Evangelion. I want it to be as loud as possible. I mean, you guys have seen my living room. It already looks like a 12-year-old lives there. Let's just go
it does
all the way. So let's do it.
No, I'm all about it. I want the black one. I just
the black one's cool.
Something about black PlayStation consoles just look so good. Even like the Net Eurose, like that thing looks that thing looks so good.
Yeah, that was like a dark blue, right, or something like that.
It was. I mean, like from what I've seen, I've only seen pictures of it, but it looks black. It looks like the PS2 like matte black, and it just looks. I think there are probably blue versions of it, but it just looks so nice. The PS1
there's both. There are black and blue ones. You're right. It does. It looks awesome. It looks awesome.
The black PS1 looks sick, and the PS2 looks great. The PS3 I thought looked cool. Spider-Man font notwithstanding, and I thought the PS4 looked cool.
Yeah, the PS4 is cool.
I think there's very few ways to make a white console look good. I think the Xbox 360 did a really good job for the time, looking like a really nice bit of kit. I think the Wii was nice and simple, but I think what it is the PS5 is too big to be white. I think that's what it is. It's too much white. It's too loud. It's too like uninterrupted. It's like this big uninterrupted sway. And it just looks like a bunch of paper. Like, and it's just like, all right, let's quiet this down a little bit. I want it to melt away into my space. I don't want it to, rat me out to the fucking soldiers when they're searching for me,
Fair enough. I just feel like that it's too big to be white. It's just too big. It's just so big. I can't wait to see the redesign of the PS5 in the coming years and see what it might look like. But if you guys want those new colors, go get them. And shout out to Net Eurose, of course, which was the PS1 debug that you could buy for like $1,000. And some games actually were made on it that were, I think, like that game Devil Dice or something like that.
A lot of like PS1 demo disc, like a lot of like magazine, like if you get PlayStation magazine, they would have like these weird games that like never came out. A lot of those were made on Net Eurose.
Yeah, because you could make the game, but you had to still find a distributor at that time, which was a heavier lift. All right. What else here? Oh, I thought this was interesting. Push Square, Canny Eyes over there. They were looking at a recent, again, I think it's the same financial presentation to the press in Japan that we were referring to earlier. Although I didn't watch it, so I can't be sure. It could be a different one. But Kenichiro Yoshida, who's Sony CEO, so not PlayStation CEO, but the Sony CEO, is talking about the different corporation. And then he brings up, and you guys can see the image in the story here, he is standing in front of 10 game logos for upcoming PlayStation games. And kind of games that traditionally, or that he, have a relationship with PlayStation, whether it's for some exclusive content, marketing deals, all of that. And so nothing surprising here. Grand Theft Auto 5, NBA 2K, both from Take-Two. Those are listed. Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo, time PlayStation 5 exclusives from now Xbox-owned Bethesda. Genshin Impact, MiHoYo, they've been on PlayStation since they launched on console. FIFA, that's a long time thing with PlayStation. And then they get into WB, Hogwarts. We know that they're with them. They did a whole state of play. And Forspoken and Final Fantasy 16, both from Square Enix, are on here as well. But there's a 10th game that I thought was pretty interesting and that they did too. It's Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, which is the massive created Ubisoft published Avatar film themed open world game that has massive potential to be something huge, because Massive is a great studio, and this Avatar movie is long in coming. I'm not excited about it, but a lot of people are. And Chris, what do you think about this? The idea that Sony might have created a deal with Ubisoft to kind of have Avatar come as, it's obviously not going to be exclusive, but as, something you market during football, or have the PlayStation 5 stinger at the end of whatever that case might be. Do you think that's a meaningful deal like some of these others?
Yeah, I think so. I think, Avatar is probably going to make a huge splash just because it's been so long since the first movie. I don't know anybody who's excited for it necessarily, but at the same time, I do feel like Avatar is one of those movies that hit for people who were maybe like 9 to 12 around the time that it came out. Like, I feel like, when Avatar came out, I was far too old to be impressed by, good CG. Like, it's like, okay, cool. That was a fun little 3D movie, but like, this is just Pocahontas. It just was like, I don't know. Like, I don't think Avatar as an IP has a lot of narrative weight. I think the reason why this sequel took so long in the first place is because it's a glorified tech demo and they were waiting for the tech to exist. And now that the tech exists, the movie's coming out, and I think it's smart for them to kind of get in bed with this IP that, while not particularly strong from like a substance level, is no doubt going to be explosive when it hits. I think a lot of people are going to see it. A lot of people are just going to be curious about it. I'm sure they're going to pimp it out with like all these crazy like this smell-o-vision.
God.
You can smell the blue
James
people
Cameron
sweating in the water. And you can smell Jake Sully's tears.
You can taste them.
Yeah, you can smell what would Sigourney Weaver as a cat smell like. You can smell it. I'm sure they're going to be doing all sorts of nonsense.
You can witness
like
Sigourney Weaver's pro-choice scene in which she's allowed to make a choice for herself.
where she specifically turns to the camera and says, "This reminds me of the time they tried to overturn Roe v. Wade," and it's a Family Guy cutaway. I think I don't know. Ultimately, it's a good deal. I think it's smart of them to jump in with this because Avatar's going to be huge, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, I don't know that I like it or not. I don't know. I mean, I never saw the first one, and I just knew that there were these rumblings for years. And I'm looking now. The Way of the Water, the second one, comes out December 16th this year, $250 million to make. Avatar 3 comes out in 2024, $250 million to make. Avatar 4 and 5 come out in 2026 and 2028. They're in pre-production now. And I think this game, Dustin, interestingly, might have benefited from the movie's seeming delay, because I think this movie, or the movie comes out this holiday, like I said. The game is still slated, as far as Ubisoft is concerned, for this year. So it may be beneficial for the game to have had a little bit more time to cook.
Yeah.
So what do you make of this potential of Sony kind of securing a marketing exclusive that will be associated with their game or with their console?
I think it sounds like a good business move. Avatar is huge, particularly I think it's like really big in China and different Asian territories. And so, yeah, having a marketing deal with a game like this is really big. For me, it's a to each their own. Avatar plus Ubisoft is like a soup of something that I have no desire for. But I'm sure that many people will absolutely love that blue people, that blue alien soup that they're making. So enjoy.
Take me to Raytheon. All right. I thought this was interesting. This was reported right before we started recording, actually. Embracer, who we always talk about as like this dynamic buyer of, they are a dynamic buyer of studios and prolific acquisitions and the output that they are planning. They lost $500 million last year. This is reported by GamesIndustry.biz. We've talked about Capcom and even Konami showing record profits. Capcom showing record profits 5 years in a row. Sony, $3 billion in profit, I think, last fiscal year. So it's not that a lot of Microsoft obviously doing great, Nintendo doing great. So a lot of winners. Embracer, a notable loser. That's a lot of money to lose. Now, it seems like they blame some of it on that RPG, that open world THQ Nordic published game Elix 2, which I agree. I didn't hear anyone talk about that game. It kind of just came and went. But I thought this was a surprise. I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't think there's anything else to say, except for the fact that it sounds like they might be sated as far as acquisitions are concerned. They say on gamesindustry.biz, and this is from their report, quote, "Nevertheless, we continue to scout for selected additional M&A opportunities to support our long-term growth ambitions. We have an exciting funnel of targets with emphasis on bolt-on acquisitions within existing operative groups," end quote. So he says, quote, "Needless to say, we do not need to make any further acquisitions to grow." So it sounds like maybe they're going to kind of tamp it out. So we talk about Embracer and how canny and smart they are. Well, they just ate a lot of shit for the last fiscal year.
They did also spend a lot of money on those acquisitions.
Definitely.
Like, it would make sense that, like, because they've pretty much just been buying things for a while. You know, they haven't really, they put out a couple things, obviously, but not nearly as much as they've bought. So it makes sense that they would have eaten quite a bit of losses. I expect that to recover more as they focus on launching things instead of buying more places. But you know, that's a lot of money, man. That's more money than I've ever seen or had, or even come into contact with. Probably even been around. You know, like that's
cumulatively. You're saying,
yeah, cumulatively throughout my life. Like, I don't think I've been. If you counted the amount of money that I've ever been within 10 feet of and continuously added it up, it doesn't even come close to a fraction of this, I bet.
Well, if inflation continues, you'll need that much to buy a loaf of bread soon.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. There's a couple more things to talk about here. We don't talk about racing games very often. Test Drive Solar Crown from Clyoton, the French studio, was slated to come out this year, and it's been delayed to 2023. But the more notable thing in there, right up here announcing their delay, is that the game is canceled on PlayStation 4. They say in part, quote, "Finally, with the aim of making the most of the technology in the latest consoles and maximizing the overall quality of the game, Nacon, who's the publisher, has decided to no longer develop Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One," end quote. So another PS4 iteration goes away, and there's even more we'll talk about later on in the wrap-up. However, we have a letter on Patreon from James Mullins, who wrote in about this. He says, "Hey, CDC, the recent news of Gotham Knights ditching last-gen versions filled me with joy, but I was cast as the villain when I brought this news to my group of gaming friends. The word elitist was used. While I can understand their frustration at no longer being able to play games without shelling out for a PS5, should I really be vilified for wanting games designed for modern consoles? And how should I exact my vengeance upon them? Thank you for your consideration and stay safe as tornado season is upon us." One of them might swallow me one day. As far as how you can exact your vengeance, just make them listen to this show.
Mm-hmm.
James, as far as your inquiry here, you're talking about Gotham Knights. Obviously, we have Test Drive Solar Crown, Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, abandoning PS4. I doubt that these are the last games that will abandon PS4. My hope, my dream is for God of War to abandon it, although they're definitely not going to do that. It's just too far along. And I'm sure they want to sell all those PS4 copies. But I saw this and I was like, this is awesome. And I don't think you're villainous. Dude, we are getting such cross-platform support, the likes of which the industry has not seen before on a lot of different levels, certainly from first party on PlayStation and second party, but from third party as well. It's time to turn that spigot off and move on. And I think that the cancellation of Gotham Knights, I think the cancellation of Solar Crown and future cancellations will be acceptance that not only are they probably losing that much anymore on PS4 as people move and migrate to PS5 or other consoles or PC, whatever they do, but that they can't get the fucking games to work. And they all learned the lesson. CD Projekt learned the lesson for everyone. There's no way that anyone's going to launch a game on PS4 that's going to run like that. It's going to destroy them, right? Yeah. Like, CD Projekt was able to survive. I mean, a smaller studio or a smaller publisher can really eat shit in an experience like that. And I think it's smart for them to say, like, well, let's not even bother. And I also think there's an advantage in this weird way, and not in a weird way, I think in an obvious way of saying, like, we don't work on those consoles. Come join us over here. Chris, what do you think of this, as James says, this trend? Do you think that it's villainous and elitist to think that we should move on?
No, I think it's a good thing. I think we probably have CD Projekt Red to thank, quite honestly. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if without that massive blunder, people would have just tried to figure it out. You know, like, oh, maybe we can cut this, or maybe we can cut this, or maybe like 20 frames is enough. You know, like, no. I'm glad that we are finally getting these cancellations, because look, we're 2 years into this. We're about to be our third year into it. We need to start taking advantage of this hardware a little bit more a little bit more seriously, and it's going to provide. It's going to spell out a big problem for Xbox because they have, as far as I know, they don't have an easy way of distinguishing between Xbox One, Series S, and Series X. Like I don't think I don't think it's going to be as easy for them to make that switch as it is for PlayStation, which has like completely different branding on their boxes. You buy an Xbox game at what is it at Walmart or GameStop or Best Buy. And it doesn't look. It's almost difficult to tell what it's Xbox One. Okay, that's Xbox One. That's Xbox generic. Like it just says Xbox on, and then underneath it says Series X and X compatible. So it's going to be interesting to see like how much further Xbox goes with supporting Xbox One, which is, that thing is. It's a game. That's a Game Boy as far as I'm concerned.
Rise Son of Rome didn't it run at like 900p, something like that?
Yeah, 900p.
900, which was I was surprised by that just because I was like, Jesus Christ, like can we just get 1280 30 out of these things at the very least? Even I cared about that at IGN when I was there at the time. But shout out to I wonder if they'll ever do a sequel. Crytek will ever do a sequel to that. Probably not. All right, what else do we have here? Oh, Dustin, we didn't ask you. Do you have anything to add to this?
I'll make it quick and sweet. If it's not coming to PS4 anymore, you probably never wanted to play it on that platform in the first place because it was going to be trash. So
right on.
You should be thankful.
Yeah, that's very well put. And it's like CD Projekt and Cyberpunk was like the Jesus Christ of the situation where they died for everyone's sins. And they taught everyone a lesson.
See if they rise again.
Dude, those bad reviews are almost entirely due to the PS4 and Xbox One versions. So yeah, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to step onto that fire willingly.
I gotta go. I haven't really looked at too many of the videos because I want to play it. I'd probably play it this year, maybe on PS5. But
it's good now.
I heard that,
it's worth it.
But they apparently wasn't there like a situation on the PS4 version where they like you would walk down the street, there would be people and cars, then you would turn around and then you could turn back around and everything was gone because it would just unload everything. It's like, oh my God, dude, how did you think you were going to get away with this? That's the crazy thing. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? You knew. That's so. I'll never forget that with CD Projekt. Like that kind of really hurts them in my mind as far as like a quality oriented team. Like they knew.
Yeah.
I don't know what they thought was going to happen. But they definitely, I mean, unless they're completely stupid, I don't know how that got anywhere. And Sony's to blame too. Just like Sony was to blame with Skyrim. It just shouldn't have passed certification on PS3. I mean, where does the buck stop? Apparently with no one. All right. A few other things. Fall Guys coming to PlayStation 5. If you guys are still interested in that game, the Mediatonic game, June 21st, PS5 version. And the game's going free to play, apparently. I don't know anything about the pricing structure or whatever that means, but Fall Guys, if you're still interested in that. Mm-hmm. Just some news from IGN that it's a denial. Some people are reading it as a non-denial denial, but Strauss Zelnick, who we talked about last week and often talk about, the Take-Two CEO, very rich, very smart man, was asked by IGN, and I think this is a great question from IGN. They ask, are you interested in the FIFA license? They don't make a soccer game. FIFA's license is available. FIFA talks about how they want to make a game. Is it possible that FIFA and 2K are already talking to each other? Zelnick said, quote, we're definitely interested in expanding our opportunities in sports, and FIFA has a great brand and incredible clout, but we have no current plans to discuss, end quote. I wonder. I don't know if we have anything else to say about this, but that would be big. FIFA 2K?
Yeah.
Very interesting. And I think that I would make this argument. I was talking to Micah about it when this news was announced. I'm like, the reason I find this significant is because Take-Two, depending on how you look at it, if MLB The Show is sometimes looked at as like the best mainstream sports game, but NBA 2K is pretty much widely considered that game. And if you assume that they can give that same visual concepts type treatment to FIFA or to soccer, they might be a player.
Yeah.
And also the confusion and interest, like people buying the game, not knowing what it is, that you might get some people like that, but people will be interested in what the difference is too. And I think fighting FIFA would be awesome. eFootball is already doing it on the free-to-play front, but just wanted to give a shout out to that. We were speaking about CD Projekt. Witcher 3, according to CD Projekt, which was supposed to be out Q2 this year, is now coming out Q4 on PlayStation 5. And of course, the game came to PS4 in 2015. It was under development, as you might recall, at Saber Interactive, and Saber Interactive is Russian. So partially Russian. They were founded in Russia. They even have some offices here in the United States, but that's almost certainly why the game was taken away from them. And whether it's because they just didn't want to do business in Russia or because there might be some complications, we don't really know if a Russian developed game can even be published on PlayStation Store right now. Does that break like various embargoes? Does that? I don't know. I have no idea how it would all work. So anyway, that's why it was removed. Are either of you interested in going back to The Witcher 3? Because I kind of am, to be honest.
Not on PlayStation. My save is on PC, and so I actually was thinking about installing it on this new Steam Deck. But I'm sure the PS5 version will be sick, though. 60 FPS, maybe. I don't know if they're doing ray tracing in that version, but I'm sure it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Battlefield 2042 is getting its 4.1 update. And the big news here, ostensibly, is that Season 1 is finally set for launch starting in June for people that are still playing the game. However,
oh my God.
However, the next-gen versions of the game that support 128 players are being permanently lowered to 64 players. And they blame this, they say in part, quote, in their patch update, "We believe that the move to 64 players will bring back the pacing that helps celebrate these moments of teamwork, etc." And they're talking about squads working together and all this thing that just sounds like they can't fill the maps, I would assume. But you're still playing Battlefield. You can look forward to that as well. Some long in development games have gotten their ratings. I wanted to acknowledge these. VGC reports that Skull and Bones has been rated in South Korea for a launch on PC. Now, it's obviously announced for PlayStation consoles. This game was announced in 2017, you might recall, and it's been in development for 9 years. Ship-to-ship combat game, heavily inspired by Assassin's Creed 3 and later Assassin's Creed Black Flag. It was supposed to be out in 2018. There's obviously something seriously wrong with it. I would imagine the game might have just been totally remade since it's been about 4 years since it was supposed to come out. And Midnight Suns, the kind of low-key Fear Axis or Fire Axis, I never really know how to say their name, Maryland studio, best known for XCOM and others, of course, Civilization. Midnight Suns is their, as Push Square puts it, their mix of action, XCOM, all that kind of stuff with the Midnight Suns Marvel kind of patina. This has been rated in South Korea for launch, and it was supposed to be slated for second half 2022, so it seems like that's on course. Are either of you interested in that game?
Only because of the developer as a big Civilization and XCOM. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a big I am a fan of XCOM. I didn't really like XCOM 2 very much, but it's mixed for me just because I'm so not interested in a Marvel game. But I don't know, maybe this will be good. It sounds like they're switching up the formula. A lot of people thought that it was just going to be Marvel XCOM, but there seems to be a lot of different elements to it. So it's definitely one I have my eye on for sure.
How about you, Chris? Do you want to play either of these games, Midnight Suns or Skull and Bones? It could be interesting. I don't know. I don't know.
Skull and Bones, I'm curious about more than anything. I have a morbid sense of curiosity about it, but I don't think I'm going to put down money for it. And I don't know what the hell Midnight Suns is. Like, quite frankly, like I haven't been interested enough in it to look it up. I've never heard of Midnight Suns. I don't know if that's like a group. I don't know if that's like the Defenders or the Avengers or the whatever. Like I know nothing about it. So even just from like a cursory glance, it means nothing to me. It's just a mosaic of words that, like, maybe when I see gameplay of it, I'll be like, oh, cool. But I've not come across it naturally. I don't care about it. There's plenty of stuff to play anyway, so I'm not really eager for anything else. So I'll probably just wait for more information on this one. But I do think a Marvel XCOM type experience could be cool. But that's only because I've only recently started getting into tactics games. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't like my tactics games that are not pixel art for some reason. I just have a hard time with them. Yeah. Okay, final thing to talk about before we get into what we're playing, and then we'll get into the bigger pieces of news. And I'm especially interested to see what you think of this, Chris, is that Deadline's reporting that Sam Lake noted during a stream of the 12th anniversary of Alan Wake that Alan Wake's rights have been purchased by AMC. AMC, of course, is the home of my favorite show of all time, Mad Men, your favorite show of all time, Breaking Bad, as well as other shows that I really liked, like The Killing, Hell on Wheels, Turn was awesome. So it looks like they have nothing else to talk about right now, but that AMC is investigating doing an Alan Wake show. I'm curious what you think of that, especially with Alan Wake 2 scheduled for next year. Alan Wake finally came to PlayStation last year after being on Xbox and PC. So there's something here. And of course, these games are interconnected, Control, Alan Wake. So there's more to that. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I've gone on the record saying this multiple times. I'm not really that big on the transmedia stuff. I think some things have potential with it. I think mostly when it comes to video games, I think animated series are the way to go. But I think something like Alan Wake is actually different, where like if they were to do a TV show, you couldn't do an Alan Wake movie, I don't think. But if you did an Alan Wake TV show, I don't think it could be animated, really. I feel like that would be bizarre. And I feel like that would almost rob a lot of... Because, I mean, Remedy games in and of themselves are kind of obsessed with live action. You know, there's like a bunch of live action elements in Control. There's huge live action elements in Quantum Break. And they've always sprinkled that kind of thing around. So I think actually to see an Alan Wake TV show wouldn't be a bad idea. My eyes kind of glazed over when I saw it because I was like, oh, another video game TV show. But if AMC is involved, that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of exciting. Like there's something about AMC that has like almost like an HBO kind of allure to it, where I do like AMC. And granted, it's not always been hits. I'm pretty sure The Walking Dead is on AMC, and The Walking Dead is a travesty as far as I'm concerned. But it started off really well. And I do think, I don't know, that does pull me. Because if you're able to deliver Mad Men and Breaking Bad, I have not seen Mad Men, but I've heard nothing.
Oh my god, dude! Oh, to see that for the first time again.
But Breaking Bad, like I've been rewatching Breaking Bad, and it's better than it was the first time, and it was already the best thing. So like, that's exciting. You know, yeah, sure. I'll give it a shot.
Please watch Mad Men. It's so good. It'll take one episode to catch you, and you'll understand completely the wonders of Don Draper. Dustin, what do you think of AMC and Alan Wake potentially getting together here? Remedy really spreading its wings.
Seems like Remedy already made Alan Wake as a TV show before as a game, just in the way they do different episodes and chapters and they've done more stuff where they include live action. So I actually could see that this would really work. In particular, for me, I played Alan Wake again last year, and it didn't hold up for me in the gameplay department really at all, which was really disappointing because I held it in such high regards, and it just wasn't the same when I went back to it. Mm-hmm. So I could see this as, for me, an improvement in some ways, but I only said it very, very lightly just because a million different things can go wrong with any adaptation. Oh, yeah. But I think this one has potential.
Fair enough. All right, my friends, let's get into what we're playing. And Chris, we'll start with you. It says here you're playing Prey still.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have much time to play this week. I've been traveling pretty much the whole time. I was in Tampa for like 4 days, and took me like ages to get home from from that godforsaken airport. They denied I should send, I don't know if I tweeted this out or not, but like I think I showed it on Instagram or something, but like I showed the list of emails that I got from my airline for all the delays that I got in the time that I was waiting at the airport. And it's more than I can fit on one screen of my phone. So like a lot of my time this last week has just been traveling or just like in a completely different state. So I've only been home for like a day and a half. So I jumped back into Prey a little bit, and I still love it. It's still fantastic. I don't have really much new to say about it. I wanted to play more Undertale, so I brought my Switch, and then I realized that I didn't bring the charger.
Oh, bummer.
And I don't have any other USB-C shit. So I was like, oh, cool. What a waste. I have to take this thing out of my bag every time I go to the airport to go through security, and it doesn't even work. I was so mad. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say. It's still perfect.
Fair enough. Dustin, what have you been playing?
I'm still grinding through Monster Hunter Rise. Almost, I think the top tier is 7-star level monsters, and I'm at level 6. And so just still enjoying that very much. And then I did something totally out of the normal for me. I'm usually I'm thinking constantly, like, what game do I want to play? Which games do I want to buy? I calculate how much the game costs, whether that's worth it. I was at Target last week. Actually, it was last Wednesday because I purchased this and then didn't get to play it before Sacred last week to talk about it. I just said, fuck it, I'm going to get GT7. And so I did. I bought GT7. And this is not my type of game at all. Well, it wasn't. And I thought, I want to give this a try because there's something about it that's appealing. I can't really explain. And every once in a while, you just got to do an impulse purchase. So I did. And I do not regret it because Gran Turismo 7 is actually pretty damn good. Not that I ever had any doubt. I just didn't know if it would appeal to me. And so learning how to play a sim racing game has just been a completely new experience for me. And I've been trying to play it sort of in the middle. I'm not on easy mode and I don't have all the driving assist on, but I don't have it on like I'm like gear shifting and stuff like that. I have it on normal and I have it on the medium mode where it's like I'm not gear shifting and stuff like that. There's like minimal assist, but I'm fully accelerating, braking, turning, all of that on my own. And some of it is still really hard. It's like a totally different way about thinking about a racing game, just because I come from Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, these games that are really not realistic in any way. It's just your objective is the same, to be the fastest and be the first. And so I specifically went through and played all the tutorials of this and like really tried to soak it in. You got to learn like how early you can brake and like how rain affects the traction of like when you go around corners and stuff like that. And so it's been a really fun and rewarding experience learning to play a game like this. And the last thing I'll say is just, I have an extreme appreciation for people that are dedicated to a craft or understand the creativity, the craftsmanship behind it. And you can really tell that Polyphony Digital loves cars and they love everything about cars. There's an intro to this game that does like this montage about like how cars and racing was created. And it's like one of the most like stunning, beautiful intros I've ever seen. And you can see this attention to detail throughout the game where you can go to the car dealership and select all the brands. They have a history timeline for each brand of car. They have a section where you can see like different like commercials and stuff they put out like that. And through its like single player campaign, which is this cafe mode that like goes through and it's like, okay, this is like the Japanese hatchbacks and this is like how they work and how they operate. And this is when they were popular and how they were created and stuff like that. And I love that. Even though I'm not a car guy, I really can appreciate that level of passion put into a product. And so GT7, I would say even if you're mildly interested and you're not into these types of games, you can put it on the easiest setting with all the assists. And I think there's still a lot there for you. But like I said, it's been a really cool learning experience, just diving into something that I normally wouldn't do.
Yeah, I think it's good to like, explore different horizons than Part of the Pwn, because Horizon just came out.
Yeah.
And get involved in games that are out of your comfort zone. That's how I came to, first of all, I mean, back in the day, that's how I came to love shooters. It was probably 20 years ago or so, or even a little longer when Medal of Honor came out. That was really the first shooter I'd ever played on console. And I didn't realize I liked them. And it was just, I was playing Japanese games and Japanese role-playing games and action games and side scrollers, and I still love that stuff, but I opened my mind to something that I thought was stupid and I love it. And you just never know. So it's good to open your mind to that. I'm kind of in that space with fighting games. I never thought fighting games are stupid. I love fighting games, but where I kind of feel like I want to get involved and play something like that again. I haven't done that in a long time.
Are there fighting games that you remember playing?
Yeah, well, my brother and I were huge Street Fighter 2 and then Street Fighter Alpha people.
Yeah.
And he's a big Samurai Showdown, specifically Samurai Showdown 2, Darkstalkers, like rival schools. Like he's a huge fighting nerd. But I haven't really been into fighting games. There was a kind of a fighting game renaissance during the Dreamcast era, and that was kind of the last time. That was like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Power Stone, and a few others, and that was it was a long time ago, And I've missed like the entire Arc System Works era, basically, of fighting games, and that they're considered like the pinnacle. So it'll be fun to get back into that stuff. But as for me, I've been messing around with the same 2 games. Gravity Rush, still playing it in bed, although I've been reading a lot in bed the last week or so as I've been trying to do something else. But fun game. And Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I'm still playing. I reached a game-breaking bug and actually had to figure out how to get around it. Something that people have been experiencing since the game came out in March, apparently. The 7th mission, which is, I think, called the Mortal Coil, you can get stuck in a cycle where you are being beckoned on the map. Like, you have it as your primary mission and you're being beckoned to an area that's on another map. So you follow the waypoint to the next map, and then the waypoint appears behind you and it brings you back to the last part. It's just a cycle and it doesn't show you where you need to go. And even if you know where to go, which I went and looked, like the game hasn't progressed. Like it won't let you do what you need to do. And I was like, fuck, I couldn't believe it. And I was especially annoyed because they apparently had patched these issues out already. Like I hadn't seen anyone complain about them in all of like May. And so I was like, Jesus, I'm in this situation. I was so mad because I've dedicated, I don't know, 30, 40 hours to this game.
Yeah.
And what I ended up doing on this offshoot that I saw on Reddit was getting a controller from my other PS5, setting up split screen, and then entering the game in split screen, and it kickstarted whatever I needed and it fixed it. And I was so close. I've been pretty lucky in recent years not having game-breaking bugs, not losing saves, anything like that. And I was like, well, you got to pay the piper at some point. And I thought that was my moment, but I got out of it at the last second. And half of me was like, all right, fine, because I don't think it's a really fun game. It's just so verbose. It's just so much talking. I just can't get over how much talking. There's just never ending talking in the game. But the fighting is fun, the combat's fun, and all of that, so I'm enjoying it. But part of me was like, fuck it, I cared, but I was like, I kind of want to play Ayuden Chronicles anyway, so maybe it's time to move on with my life. But it ended up being that it all sorted itself out, so I'll be moving on to that maybe in the next week. However, a big game did come out recently, but not a big game, but a notable game considering how quiet it is, and Seth Bain wrote in about it. He says, hey crew, with Chris's admiration of director Sam Raimi, I was wondering if he or any of you have checked out the new Evil Dead game. It seems as if the asymmetric 3 survivors versus a killer kind of game has nearly become its own genre. And while not typically my cup of tea, I have a soft spot for Evil Dead, and I've been having a lot of fun with my friends. Do any of you enjoy this type of game? Thanks, and keep it slitty.
God.
Rough.
Oh, man.
Chris, you're a Sam Raimi guy, of course. You love your Spider-Man. Evil Dead game, is this intriguing to you? Doing pretty well.
Yeah, it is. It's, I've loved Sam Raimi movies for a very, very long time. Obviously, Spider-Man was like my introduction, but even the Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness. I think Evil Dead 2 is like definitely one of my favorite movies. Spider-Man 2 is probably like my favorite one of all time, like period. It's just such a good film on its own. But I do think, this is one of those games where I know it's a multiplayer game. So if I'm going to play it, I feel like I need a group of people to play it. And fortunately, I have a Discord with a bunch of people who are totally down to play it. I just haven't had the time to like really sit. Like I said, I've been traveling. This would have been the game that I would have played instead of Prey in the short time that I had, but nobody else was on. So I haven't had a chance to check it out, but I do have it. And I plan on playing it later today because from what I've been hearing, people are having a lot of fun with it. And I'm very curious about how well it juggles the things that the Evil Dead juggles, because it's very easy. This is a game that could have very easily just been like, okay, it's Evil Dead. It's a horror game. And it could have very easily missed a lot of the charm of the Evil Dead and a lot of the comedy of it and the zaniness of it. Like, it's like the Evil Dead is a horror comedy, and to have a video game in that genre, I could see that being a very, very difficult thing to execute on. And I've been watching a little bit of gameplay of it, and the perspective of the demon is so cool, because the perspective of the Kandarian demon is those shots in the Evil Dead of like the camera just like rustling through the like gliding through the trees and like gliding through the grass, and it like that perspective in game is that exact thing, and it's so simple because that's not a hard thing to do. Plenty of games have done similar things, but because it's in the Evil Dead, it looks so appropriate, and you can like summon trees, and you can possess cars, and it looks like my type of asymmetrical horror game. It looks like Left 4 Dead, but like way wackier, which is I'm all about it. And see like all the characters from all the movies and even the Ash versus Evil Dead TV show, which is so funny and so good. It's nice to see that the IP getting some support in this way, and it looks like they did a pretty good job. I fully anticipate this game not to review particularly well. I haven't seen any of the reviews just because it's, I don't care.
Yeah, I think it's in like the low 70s or something on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
aggregates.
surprised at that, but it looks like good fun, and I'm excited to jump into it. Absolutely.
Dustin, are you interested in this game at all? It's by the way, in 5 days it sold 500,000 copies. So it's a little bit of a micro hit for sure. And it's what's interesting. I was just looking it up because I was like, who made this game? I didn't even know. It was Saber Interactive. So again, we brought them up earlier. I don't know how that all works, and maybe our interpretation of CD Projekt's relationship with them and the port they were doing is not proper. Although I think it probably is. Saber is a pretty high quality port studio. But what do you make of this game?
So our mutual friend Jimmy Champagne is obsessed with this game.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh man, this is real cool. Oh man, you should check this out. Like he's really wants me to play it with him. And I do want to play it with him because I feel like this is a great opportunity. You have a friend, and we could be slaying whatever the undead like quickly. But here's the thing. I've only seen the first Evil Dead movie, and I feel like I need to at least watch Evil Dead 2, maybe Army of Darkness as well, and then I can dive in. So I don't know. I want to play this. I think it's just silly enough that I like that stuff. I feel like Evil Dead makes sense for me as like a half horror fan, that it's just like, it's like almost comedy at the same time.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I don't know.
I'm the same way, man. Like I'm not a big fan of horror movies really at all, but like the Evil Dead is just so good and so fun and so charming. Like the way they made that movie in the woods like by themselves, and then the Evil Dead. I
saw the new one.
Oh, the 2013 one.
Yeah, and I thought that was sick.
Yeah, that leans a little bit more into horror, but the original, like Evil Dead 2. That is like Army of Darkness is, hit and miss for some people. The original Evil Dead is more important for what it means for the history of film and just like the fact that these guys just went into the woods and made this like cult classic film with like a shoestring budget. You could see like the square around the matte special effects that they use. It's like it's charming because of a lot of its errors. But Evil Dead 2 is sincerely like one of the best movie going experiences that you can have. It's just so much fucking fun. I would really recommend it, at least watching that. Also like an hour and a half. It's super short.
I always think of in the first Evil Dead, there's the part where like the demon lady like stabs the girl in the ankle with a pencil. It's like instantly anytime someone mentions Evil Dead, I think about that moment at that pencil stab, and it affected me deeply.
It's good. I love it. I love the Evil Dead. Well,
fair enough. I don't have any new games that I'm going to be buying, I don't think, until Perils of Baking, Super Perils of Baking, June 3rd. All right. My psychiatrist is 11 minutes late with his inquiry here. I don't know what's going on with him.
Wow, what a piece of shit.
Can't believe that. Rosenblatt didn't used to do that to us.
No.
All right.
Our shared psychiatrist.
Huh? Yeah, no.
I just love that lore that we shared a psychiatrist.
Yeah, no, it's so can you imagine like how he probably had to retire when we left California?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into the news. I might have to go at any moment here, but we'll see. They were certainly on time asking for their copay. That was on time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Number one. This isn't the real number one story, but for me it is. So I'm putting it number one. The best brick breaking game ever created is finally getting re-released. A big deal, considering for most of us this title has long been locked on PlayStation 3. The game in question is called Shatter, and it's coming to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 later in 2022 with support for 4K at 120 frames. Launched in the summer of 2009 exclusively on PS3, Shatter comes from a New Zealand-based team called She, which had worked primarily on license fare over the years, though it's otherwise perhaps best known for its twisted metal clone Blood Drive, which came to PS3 in 2010. I don't know if you guys remember that game. It didn't do very well. Now, there are 3 things that make Shatter a notable brick breaker and one of PS3's very best downloadable games. The very first aspect relates to its mechanics. Shatter isn't merely a brick breaker, but also allows you to affect the ball with gravity depending on its relation to your paddle. This means that you can push away or pull in the ball relative to your paddle and the ball's position, which immediately makes it a dynamic gameplay affair. The second aspect is that Shatter has boss fights, essentially unprecedented in the genre. As far as I can tell, the next brick breaker after Shatter to have real boss fights is our very own Twin Breaker, launched in 2020. Finally, Shatter has an insanely good soundtrack by a well-known New Zealand musician Module. Shatter quietly came to PC in 2010, but has otherwise only been available to play on iOS and, believe it or not, the Netflix Games app, where you can play it right now. Otherwise, for us PlayStation gamers that made it big to begin with, this is the first time we've been able to play on native hardware in a long time. Indeed, it nearly got a sequel in 2011 and 2012 when I reported at IGN that She was working on a sequel. However, it never materialized. It was unclear whatever happened to that, because I talked to them multiple times, I think at GDC. I don't know if you guys remember Shatter or not. And Podcast Beyond was actually hugely responsible for Shatter's popularity. Like, there's no doubt about that. And we had it regularly at the very top or near the top of our best PSN games. Remember the days when downloadable games would be separated from retail games and they were kind of judged differently and all that? Shatter would always be on that list, like near the top. This game, low key, is awesome. And I actually know I've known for a while that it was coming. That's why I haven't said anything about it. I didn't want to give it away. But I know some people that worked on it. And I can confirm that the game has a platinum trophy. And I can confirm that they were going to originally publish it with the same trophy list until one of my friends that worked on the game interjected and was like, you don't understand. The game needs a platinum trophy. And so they put a platinum trophy into it. So I'm super amped about this. I love brick breaking games. Obviously, they're near and dear to my heart. I don't know if you guys have anything to say about this. I really highly recommend you play it. It's so interesting. The mechanics of the ball coming to your paddle and using gravity to kind of push it, or like you can push it really fast or pull it in and wrap it around, like hit bosses from behind. So you have to shoot the ball and then grab the ball, use the gravity so the ball comes back to you and hits the back of the enemy. And it's I think Twin Breaker. I'm sorry.
It looks super crazy. This is not what I expected. When you said brick breaker, this is not what I was expecting. It looks nuts.
It's awesome. And dude, the soundtrack is just absolutely fucking insane. The soundtrack by Module is just it's there's something really kinetic and energetic about the game. I can't wait for people to play it on like new headsets and new setups for 5.1 and all of the rest, because it's going to bang. Like, there's just no doubt
at 120 FPS.
Yep.
If you've got the HDMI 2.1, that'll be very cool.
Yeah.
So that's my number one. Longtime fans that have been with me for a really long time know that I love Shatter. And we were very, very pleased to have that game come to PS4 and PS5 soon. All right, I finally got the link here, so I'm going to go. You guys can keep recording. I'm only going to need a few minutes, or you can go. I don't care. But
do you want us to just talk however we want, or do you want us to do number 2?
Well, if you want to keep going, you can do it. Whatever you decide is fine. I'll be back.
Well, okay.
Are you scared?
No, I'm ready to go. Chris and I can talk about anything.
All right. Well, just talk about whatever you want. You decide. I got to go. I'll be back.
Damn.
All right. Colin's gone.
We're finally relinquished. However we want, we can just spend this time, Chris. It's just you and I.
Yeah. How do we want to do this?
I don't know. Right now, I'm just so here's what happened to me this morning with the Steam Deck. I was talking to Maddie about it,
right?
Because he got one. He was like, "Listen," because I was asking him like how long it takes to get to you, and he's like, "Yeah, it'll come on the day that you record Sacred Symbols, like for sure, because that's the day that you won't have any time to play with it."
Right.
And no, like surely without like he was prophetic. So I'm blaming Maddie. It showed up like an hour before we started recording. I was like, well, Maddie, you son of a bitch. This is your fault. But so I'm excited though, because I'm going to be actually traveling this weekend. So I'll be able to to play.
Oh,
with
that's ideal.
Yeah.
It looks so crazy, like that thing. Like that, like I never expect how big it is until I see it in the hands of somebody that I know. You know?
Yeah.
That's
Have you seen one in person?
No, I've not seen one in person. I've seen them in videos, but like again, like you just don't have really a sense of scale.
It is big.
Have you turned
it's
it on
very
at
big.
all?
Yeah, I turned it on and I have Monster Hunter installed, and I'll show this for the camera.
Can you hook up
I've
like
got
an Ethernet to it for like quick downloads or no?
Oh yeah. This thing
Oh,
you can
sick.
run, like you can just run it as a computer. Like you could install Windows on it and
Yeah.
I could cut sacred symbols on this thing. It would be, I mean, terribly not optimized for that. But right now I have Dishonored, Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon, Monster Hunter Rise, and Super Perils of Baking installed on
Look at
here.
that.
So yeah,
I'm always jealous of people when they get new I don't know, I like new hardware. There's something about it that's like really fun. Like even like I got a Series S recently just because I saw it on the shelf and I was like, oh, that, like, it's weird when you see it on the shelf versus when you just hear about it, because you're like,
oh
what
yeah,
do I need that for? And then you see it on the shelf and you see how cheap it is, and you're
Mhm.
like, oh yeah, why not? Like, what, it really is like one of those things. So I have it in my room because I have a TV that's not like, it's not like a 4K TV. It's like a small TV. It's the one I've had for ages. So I just have it hooked up in my room. And I love it. I think it works so perfectly for exactly like what and it's so small. The Series S is like way smaller than I thought it would be. I should have brought that with me. Fuck.
dude. Yeah, and they have that thing that you can put the screen that goes on it.
Yeah.
It's like costs almost as much as the console, so it's like not quite worth it, but
Yeah,
it's really
not
cool.
quite. It is cool. It reminded me of that the obviously the screens that they used to sell with like the PS1 and the PS2 back in the day. I feel like they stopped doing that with the PS3 and the Xbox 360. Not sure exactly why, but that stopped being a thing at some point where they would sell you these like weird peripheral TV screens. But I remember playing my PlayStation 1 on a train like many years ago, because they have those outlets on the trains.
Mhm.
And I had that little screen. I borrowed it from a friend of mine who always seemed to have these insane peripherals.
Everyone always has that friend that somehow has everything you desire,
Yeah.
and they don't even really care about it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I knew this kid in 9th grade who me and my friends would always talk about, like, oh man, this game came out. I really wish I had that. I might have to trade in this game in order to get it. And this dude in my class, just like, his dad would just go and pick up the new releases every week, and he'd be like, oh yeah, I have that, but I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, he's like, yeah, I don't even know if I'll open it. We're like, dude, fuck you. Why would you even say that? Like, just don't even say just don't say anything. Don't say
frustrating. That's that's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I definitely had a period of like that, or not like that exactly, but I definitely had a point where like it was like maybe like 2010, and I was like, I don't really use my PSP anymore. And so like my cousin was like, oh, can I borrow it? I was like, sure, you can borrow it. And I never saw it again. Like, I don't know where the hell that thing is. And I regret it now because I'm like, oh man, I really love the PSP. Looking back on it, the PSP is probably like one of my favorite, if not probably like top 2 like handheld machines.
Yeah.
I mean, pre-Switch, I guess. But
yeah. Dude, that's the thing. You got to be careful. I remember my mom let somebody borrow like probably like 10 or 12 of my NES games. And they disappeared because it was someone that I didn't know very well, and it was so.
Why
would
like, she lend your shit to somebody you didn't know very well? How old? When was this?
This probably was like 2006, maybe.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
that's like 12. Like what? Like 12, 13?
Yeah, I mean, it was like it was like Metroid and Mario 3, and it was just. I still think about it. Luckily, I've regained a lot of that collection, but
yeah, but you never
still think about it.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I'm sure there's a lot of games that were in my collection that I gave away, or that like I traded in that I'm like, damn, I wish I still had those, and I couldn't even really go back and regain those games because I don't remember exactly what it was that I got rid of,
Right.
But I'm sure there was
Yeah.
some fucking gold and things in there. I think I sold Shadow of the Colossus
Ooh.
before, and I didn't even play it because like in
Dang.
2004, I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't get
Yeah.
it. Asshole.
What
Welcome
did you
back.
guys end up doing? What did you end up deciding to talk about?
We just had our own little mini off-topic session.
Aside? That's
What
fine.
did
Yeah.
we even talk about? I already forgot.
Yeah, me too. It was
I was
we talked
saying-
about the Steam Deck, about how
Oh,
stupid
yeah.
big it is. Talked
and how
about
I got Super Perils
getting
on it.
getting rid of our lending important peripherals to like friends or family and then never getting them back.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we have a peripheral conversation later, I think, in the show. I don't know for sure.
Mhm.
I have bad news. The psychiatrist told me that I'm going to have to be put down because I'm so dumb.
Dang, that's crazy.
Dang.
Um,
Well,
Good run, I guess.
yeah, it was good.
yeah, good run.
All right, number 2. This is the real number 1 story of the week. On last week's episode, we wondered aloud if the game that would ultimately fill PlayStation 5's second half of 2022 from an exclusives point of view would be none other than The Last of Us Remake. The game, which has been rumored for months but hasn't officially been announced or acknowledged by either publisher Sony or developer Naughty Dog, is obviously real. And as reported by website Video Games Chronicle, multiple sources, including its own, indicate that it's closer to being finished than you might think. The original Last of Us came to PlayStation 3 in 2013 and was followed by a PS4 remaster the following year. So it's already playable on PlayStation 5 in its remastered form. This title, however, is suggested to be a full-on remake. Not a huge surprise when you consider what Bluepoint Games did with fellow PS3 exclusive Demon's Souls, which was PS5's big launch exclusive. As you may recall, the game was first in development at the still unacknowledged team working out of San Diego studio alongside the team responsible for the show. Under unknown circumstances, the game was brought in-house to Naughty Dog once it put The Last of Us Part 2 behind it in the summer of 2020. VGC reports that a LinkedIn profile clearly labeled someone working on a so-called quote-unquote unannounced remake project, later amended once reported to remove the word remake. Naughty Dog, widely considered Sony's crown jewel studio, is likely working on multiple projects, including a multiplayer game in the Last of Us universe. A TV show based on the first game, being guided by Naughty Dog co-lead Neil Druckmann, is set to air on HBO in 2023, and it would make sense that a PS5-centric remake would be ready for its premiere, if not, say, a few months sooner. Matthew Urso wrote into us on Patreon, said, "Hey, Sacred Sluts. This week, the rumor mill gave us the news that The Last of Us Remake could potentially release this holiday season as one of Sony's big games. First off, what do you guys think of the likelihood of this? And more importantly, what do you expect from this remake whenever it inevitably releases? Will it have the new factions mode or will it be single player only? What tweaks and changes do you expect to see and how much is Sony going to charge for the game? Thanks, and stand down." I did start to think, boys, that maybe factions in this game are one and the same. It seems kind of obvious in a way. I don't like that simply because I think I'm kind of hoping against hope that they do something compelling where, like, almost like The Division or something. I don't want to say The Division in the Last of Us universe, but something where it's like you can play it by yourself, you can play it with other people. There's some sort of experience there. There are different modes, the classic faction stuff, some new stuff. And that seems like a bigger product than a remake of Factions, but it is kind of tantalizing for them to say, like, what if we remade Factions itself? There's certain things that they can do, like the metagame around Factions needs to be fixed completely. Remember, you would like get survivors and camps and all this kind of weird shit, and that was all weird. And so there's things they can fix, and maybe it's best to not demand too much attention for The Last of Us when you can just sell it all for $70 together, and really kind of in your mind say $50 for the remake, $20 for the online functionality. So as far as the rumor, Matthew, I believe it because I believe the sources, VGC, et cetera, that are saying it. And the second thing is what do I expect? I expect something faithful, which I think is what, and Dustin, let's go to you first because I know you liked Demon's Souls. That's the vibe I got from Demon's Souls, was that it was very faithful to the original game. It didn't really try to do anything the original game didn't. It just made it a PlayStation 5 game. And I like that personally. It reminds me a lot of the Spyro remakes in some way, where they were just these ground up remakes that were faithful otherwise to the games as opposed to something that is reimagined. So what do you expect this rumor to be true? Do you think that this could fill in the gap that might be left by God of War? Some people, by the way, are saying God of War is being suggested as being released in 2022. They're talking about it on PlayStation blog as of today with accessibility stuff. I don't know. So I'm just curious where your mind is with all this.
I think it would make sense that they would bundle these as far as it being Last of Us Remake and Factions together to kind of round it out as a complete package. I would expect it to be faithful as well. I think that it would be cool if it was maybe, I don't know, expanded upon in a way that makes sense. I don't know what that would look like, but it's a little boring to me because I felt this way about the Demon Souls remake. Is that it's like, wouldn't it be cool if there was like another chapter? A lot of people in Demon Souls wanted there's a missing a headstone. So these headstones is how you get into the different levels, and there's one that was broken in the original Demon Souls, and so it was. I'm pretty sure that it was like cut content that never happened. So they just like made the stone broken and you can't use it. And so a lot of people were hoping that this would have been an opportunity to go and do that. And that wasn't the case. So it might be cool to see them expand on it in ways that wasn't necessarily like major changes to the story or anything like that. But I wonder too if they're still thinking about doing a proper Last of Us Part 2 PS5 port as well. And I wonder, seems like it would be too much for them to make it like a package that is Last of Us Remake, Last of Us Part 2 PS5 edition plus factions as well. That seems like they don't need to give away that much all in one package. But at the same time, I was trying to remember, did they ever promise that factions would be bundled with Last of Us Part 2?
No, I think they cut it out, or they abandoned the idea or thought it was too big.
Yeah,
but I don't think they ever I don't think it's like the Resistance or Reverse rather.
Right, it's
Resident
not like
Evil
Resident
thing.
Evil.
Right.
Yeah, so that's good. But I don't know. I mean, clearly they did so much cool advances with Last of Us Part 2 to see those applied to the first game. I think I've come around to this idea where, even though I don't think this remake is necessary and I would like to see these resources put elsewhere, it probably still will be really cool and like really well done. I mean, it's if Naughty Dog is primarily the ones who are worked on or at least finished it out and put the final touches on it, it'll probably be great. So I'm going to just at this point be optimistic and enjoy it for what it is.
Indeed, the real problem might be that this game will look better than The Last of Us Part 2, which it's going to. So it's going to be hard to sequence those games. You're going to probably just do a patch for the sequel and maybe remake it later. I don't know. It's like so soon to remake that game. That would be so sad if that's like what they were going to use all their assets to do. But Chris, what do you think? I know you're kind of more for new stuff. I would think Naughty Dog's working on 3 games right now. And we might find out that 2 of them are the same, which is Factions and then this remake. And then the third one is something new. But do you think that this might be the fall game? It's important to note, as we always do as well, Chris, that Sony doesn't typically have fall games. So it's not like there's something necessarily missing here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think to have like a big fall game and it's a remake of something that was already so specific and narratively driven. I don't like to me, gameplay specific games are the ones that benefit most from remakes because they tailor up the gameplay a little bit. There's still like a myriad of different experiences that you can have in that sandbox, like things like Crash and Spyro and CTR and even something like Medieval, where it's like it's not necessarily about the story. Like you don't really give a shit about Cortex. He's just the bad guy, and it's a game about having fun. It's just the level design and gameplay mechanics, and so to me, because the driving force of The Last of Us is that narrative and are those performances, I don't know what. I just don't know what there is to gain from this remake because the original looks good still. It doesn't look as good as a PS5 game, but it doesn't look bad enough for a remake. It's kind of the same way I felt about like even something like Halo 3, which is like that doesn't need to be the game still looks very good. Like you don't need, it would be a waste of time almost to remake it. So I don't know. I'm just, and also just the idea of The Last of Us 2 or The Last of Us remake being packaged with a remake of Factions that's just sort of like the original Factions but maybe a little bit expanded. That's a lot less interesting to me than what I initially could kind of hope for, which was like this kind of standalone package where maybe they did something like where hey, this is it's its own standalone thing, and it's got a story that it's got a story component that you wouldn't have expected from a multiplayer centric game. And I don't know, a lot of this news is either it just doesn't get me excited, or it just has me kind of like, all right, well, I guess that's what our fall game is going to be. There's a lot of people talking about how like God of War is going to be pushed into next year. I don't know if I think that's the case just yet, but if it is the case, and the only game that we have for the remainder of the year is a remake of The Last of Us, low key, that's a little disappointing to me. It's not as bad as the Xbox side, which has nothing right now, because everything on that side got delayed or pushed. But I don't know. I find it hard to get excited about this. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm excited about anything with The Last of Us. So
Yeah.
I'm curious how true it will be, because Blue Point was known for its true, very licensed,
for sure, yeah,
remakes. In fact, that's what's so intriguing about them, is that they just seem to have a passion for that, and that's good. But I wonder if they'll go and try to fix anything or try to tweak anything, or I don't know.
But if it's true to the original, then what's the point? That's like what.
Yeah, it's just the aesthetic, I guess. At that point, it is, and then that's the other thing is like I the one thing I hope they don't do is try to make it more like the TV show, or try to use new models, or try like
Pedro Pascal's
I think they're
face
smart
on
enough not to do that, but I don't know. And I wonder if they got new mocap from Ashley Johnson and from Troy Baker as well, and others.
Yeah.
I don't want to say Nolan North and
know.
others. I mean, so we'll see what happens here, but I'm confident Naughty Dog is working on multiple things. I think we're going to get something new from them. My feeling is that they saw the work that was being done on the game and felt like they could do it better themselves. I mean, I think it's that clear cut as far as what happened with this remake. I don't think it was their idea. So I don't know that it says much about them as much as it's like they saw it and they were like, well, we can do it. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with this, and we'll keep a close eye on it. As far as God of War, it is worth reiterating what you said, Chris. Santa Monica still says 2022 on their Twitter account for the game. Sony has not said anything else. My thought, though, is just simply, we say that, well, I don't want to speak for anyone else. I say that 2015 reveal of Fallout 4 was iconic because it was coming out, I think, November, something like that.
Yeah.
Or late October, something like that. And that time period is great. I don't know if you want to go much quicker than that. And so it means they need to say something soon. Like, they do need to clarify if the game's coming out this year. Well, they don't need to do anything, but I just feel like within the confines of the way things have traditionally been done, even on the edge, I don't feel like, you got to collect pre-orders. You want to kind of telegraph things. You want to see what people think about things. I don't feel like they know maybe right now, and maybe they're figuring it out. But I feel like they should just hold it, especially if this is going to be ready this fall. Then you definitely don't need God of War this fall, and just get it as good as it's going to need to be to stand out. All right, number 3. This is a long one, but we need to get into this. It's finally time for us to get into the nitty gritty of some of the games PlayStation Plus's expanding services will include. To catch everyone up, beginning in June across various regions around the world, PlayStation Plus will split from one uniform service to one offering 3 separate tiers. PS Plus, as it exists now, will be called PlayStation Plus Essential, and it offers what we already get: some free games each month, discounts, cloud saving, online play, and more. It's the other 2 tiers where, for some, things are going to get interesting. The middle tier, PlayStation Plus Extra, will include nearly 40 first and second-party PS4 and PS5 games at launch, including PS5 games like Demon's Souls, Miles Morales, and Death Stranding Director's Cut, and a slew of PS4 games, including God of War, Infamous Second Son, The Last of Us Remastered, Days Gone, Uncharted 4, and a bunch more. Many of the bigger games are already included in the PlayStation Plus collection on PS5 as well, so there's a little bit of a contradiction there. Third-party PS4 and PS5 games at this level include Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4, Red Dead Redemption, The Division, Hollow Knight, Dead Cells, Control, and more. That is obviously not an all-inclusive list, but rather a taste. There should be hundreds. At the highest level of PlayStation Plus Premium, subscribers will gain access to so-called time-limited game trials for games like Horizon Forbidden West, Cyberpunk 2077, probably a make good from CD Projekt, and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Premium likewise gains access to PlayStation Now's old functionality, which is unfortunately limited to streaming for now, and will include first and second party games like Infamous and Infamous 2, Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time, Resistance 3 and more, and third-party games like Devil May Cry HD Collection, BioShock Remasters, and Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare. As for the promise of PS1, PS2, and PSP games, those have also been revealed in part, including recent leaks like Mr. Driller and Siphon Filter on PS1, as well as surprises like PSP's Super Stardust Portable. All of the PS2 to PS4 remasters will also be included, including both Dark Cloud games, Wild Arms 3, and interestingly, the 3 Jak and Daxter games a la carte, which wasn't a thing on PS3 or Vita. Now, some notes. For starters, it seems like Sony has finally connected PS3, PSP, and Vita's PS1 functionality, meaning that PS1 classics you bought on those platforms may be available for you a la carte and without a subscription, depending on what game is in question, and newcomers can buy those specific games now. How this works remains to be seen, we'll see. Some classic games, though not all, also include extra perks, including rewinding and save states, though there's nothing about trophy functionality. Moving forward, the lowest PlayStation Plus tier will receive its new game updates on the first Tuesday of each month. The higher two tiers will receive refreshes in the middle of the month. And, quote, the number of games refreshed will vary per month, end quote. There's a lot there. Chris, what do you think? We have a little bit more clarity. For me, this clarifies as something that I just don't want. Glad I didn't get. Although I know people, upgraded for free. It's just, this is nothing for me. So what do you make of the new clarity we got of some of the games that will be available on the service?
I mean, yeah, it's there's a lot of value, I think. There's a lot of things there. I feel like I own all of these pretty much. I think the most interesting thing to me is this idea that, PS1 classics you bought on PS3 will be available to. That to me is interesting and exciting. Although the rewind system does the rewind system is interesting because it explains why there wouldn't be trophy support, because then what's the point if you can just kind of like bypass most of the accomplishments that you could get. I think, the only thing that got me really excited was to see Ape Escape on the PS1 classics. That is the one thing that I was like, ooh, finally, because I love Ape Escape. I think it's just like that's something that should be available on PlayStation. It's a big part of history for the PlayStation, in my opinion. It's like the first real DualShock enabled game, like properly, like built from the ground up around analog sticks. I think that's like an important part of history to have on the platform. But yeah, I'm kind of with you where I might do this for like maybe a month just to play Ape Escape in a comfortable way that I don't have to, feel weird about emulating. But I think beyond that, I don't see anything that excites me. I think if PS3 wasn't streaming, I would be a lot more excited. But
yeah, it seems like,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, no. Tom, our tech analyst from Moore's Law is Dead and Broken Silicon says that seems like they will fix this. Like, this is a problem that they are going to fix. Like, for now, they just need to roll it out like this, and hopefully they will have solved a native emulation issue on PS4 and PS5 for PS3. And he had said, as I noted, that they have to basically go game by game.
Yeah.
And do it. And that's what you have to do. That's just what you got to do.
Yeah, studio by studio or something, right?
Right, because like each studio manipulated the cell in different ways. And so he was saying the major complication is simply that you don't know how they manipulated the cell to make their games work. They all just used it differently. So you just need to go and tweak everything individually. And that sucks, but you're Sony, so do it.
Exactly. I think that is the biggest blow here. Like, I think all of this is really cool. Like, it's a lot of good value for people who are new to this space. If you're just picking up a console, like for the first time, and you haven't had a lot of time in the PlayStation ecosystem, this is a no-brainer. There's so many things available to you for relatively cheap. You get a lot of history there. You get a lot of like original PS1 classics. You get stuff like Medieval, even coming back, and all sorts of modern stuff. I just feel like that is the big thing for me. It's this all of these things that are stranded on PS3 that you can only stream stick out like a sore thumb when I'm looking at this feature set, because it's the one glaring, in my opinion, omission. I'm never going to want to stream a game if I can download something. So I'm going to play the games that I can download, and I'm never going to stream something. Like, I just won't. So once they figure that out, I think it'll be a more enticing thing. But for now, it's fine. it's entirely serviceable.
It's interesting, Dustin, to bring you into the conversation. My thought about it, and I actually have two letters I want to read and present to you that are opposite ends of it. But my thought is that this is ironic, but the higher the PlayStation Plus tiering goes, the less likely you are hardcore in PlayStation's ecosystem, in my opinion. Because, well, I'll let them speak for themselves. Daryl Mercer says, "Hey, slits and shits.
Jesus Christ.
What are your thoughts on the new games announced for PS Plus Extra and Premium? As someone who finally found a PS5 a couple of weeks ago, it's great for me. Returnal and Demon Souls for PS5 exclusives, plus about 6 others I'm excited for. Thanks, and keep up all the good work." And CJ writes, with the recent announcements of the PS Plus Extra and Premium library, it got me thinking. The most likely customer for these more expensive tiers of the service are the hardcore gamers, yet we are also the ones most likely to have already bought and played the likes of Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding, and Miles Morales. So what is the value in these more expensive tiers for us, the hardcore, that aren't going to wait the year that it takes Sony to add their first-party games to the service? That is the conundrum, I think.
Yeah.
Because without the Game Pass style day and date releases of their first and second party games, which they're not going to do, and they might expand. We've gotten games like Shadow Warrior 3, and I think that's basically it so far, that have launched day and date on PS Now. Maybe we'll get more of those to add value. But I agree with them. I'm a hardcore PlayStation fan. I buy those games day one, $70, $60 day one. So if your entire offer to me is to say like, well, you'll get all those games now, it's like, well, I already fucking have them. So doesn't it make more sense for me to just stay at the lower tier? And that tier is more for like multi-platform gamers, newcomers. Like Daryl said, he hadn't had a PS5. I totally get that.
Yeah.
But I don't see this appeal. And I'm wondering, Dustin, do you feel like there's, where do you fall on that? I mean, because I just feel like there is a weirdness there with Game Pass obviously appealing to everyone because it has everything. This seems upside down, but I think that's just the way it's got to be.
Well, I think that they're hoping that the other offerings are compelling for the hardcore gamers that do buy everything. Like, to me, the things that are most compelling to me are the retro library and the game trials, which something that's very important to remember, because I saw people that were upset that they're like, what's up with this small selection of game trials? And it's like, this is what I'm expecting for launch. If you guys remember just a few weeks ago, they're requiring every game over $35 to have a trial in the future. So this is just the beginning. So it will take some time. And the other thing to remember, not that I'm trying to like cover for Sony, I'm just trying to explain the situation, because I saw a lot of people also that were really down on the selection of retro games. And it says clearly in the PlayStation blog, this is a selection of what they will have. So I personally am expecting much more when they actually launch it. I could be wrong. Maybe the selection, I really hope that these are not the cream of the crop when it comes to the PS1, PS2, and particularly the PSP, the games that will run native. I'm really hoping for some more compelling games than this, but we'll see. So to me, it's those two elements that are appealing. The question, of course, is like, what is the rotation of games going to look like? How many games do we expect them to put on from a monthly basis? Because you see, like Nintendo, who has a similar service to this with their retro offerings, is horrible at this. Like, really, the starting lineup was, I don't want to say as good as it got, but they just don't even, like the NES selection that they were like, oh yeah, we're going to keep updating it. It's like they update it with bullshit that nobody wants. And so, yeah, that's definitely a concern for this service as well. So I don't know. This is something that I'll definitely check out at launch for sure. I'm not necessarily going to put my money down for a whole year, but
yeah,
I love the idea of being able to hop into some of these old games and check them out. And the only other thing that I do want to say, because we often expect the bare minimum from Sony, and I think that I don't want to say that they went above and beyond, but they did more than I expected by doing the a la carte offer.
Definitely.
I really thought that they were going to do the Nintendo approach and say, hey, if you want these, you have to buy our service. So they did the right thing. It's hard for me to commend them for it, because it's like, really, that just should be the fucking standard. and it's not.
Yeah.
I know some people are confused, like, well, why are they being vague about it? And the truth to the matter, at least the way I'm speculating, is that when these games were put on the PS3 and Vita store or whatever, they weren't necessarily licensed for PlayStation 5. So they're probably having to go through and renegotiate and do some relicensing. It's easy for their first party games, the games they put out originally on those consoles, for them to go and do this a la carte option. But I'm sure that some of this will need to be renegotiated for a technical re-release on the PlayStation 5 store.
And as usual, Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, the older the game, also the more unlikely it is to even know who the fuck owns it at this point. That's often a problem. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say another big kind of glaring question mark here is how exactly do these older titles function and run on the PS5? Like, are we going to get like 20 frames per second PS1 classics?
They did mention some games would be boosted. Like some games would have higher frame rates and higher resolution.
Yeah.
Though the thing with that, I think, also is that some of these games cannot be boosted to a higher frame rate, just because they're like, the animations were created at 30 FPS. So it's one of those things that there's no data there to expand upon.
No, you are right, especially because the games are so old that they wouldn't really have a lot of chance. But like, that was a problem with the Master Chief Collection as well early on, was that like these games were not designed for 60. Like, a lot of animations were tied to the frame rate, and they solved that
also
problem.
Halo Infinite, the animations weren't designed for 60 FPS.
Yeah.
It seemed.
No, exactly. But like,
what happened with that?
I don't know. But I guess like, I see Microsoft doing things like that, where it's like, hey, you know, these original titles, their animations are tied to the frame rate, so we can't boost the frame rate, and then they do it anyway and it works. And I can't help but be like, there's probably some way that you could get like Ape Escape running at 60 frames per second. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know what the situation is, but there's got to be a way to do it. I don't know if Sony's going to do that, but I do appreciate the a la carte offering there. Like, that is hugely important, and it's, you know, they could have easily just not done that, because obviously Nintendo's not been doing that for a while, for fucking ages, quite frankly. So I do commend them somewhat for that, even though, and you know what, even the NES library on Switch isn't terrible. They put Shadow of the Ninja there, which is made me happy. But
that's becoming your new Doom,
dude. Well, because like the fact that it's such a random game to put on the NES library for Switch. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? I love that game, but like, okay.
It's funny though. The NES library is so quaint at like, I think fewer than 1,000 titles, that like by modern standards, your likelihood of these games popping up is just so much more likely than the thousands and thousands.
That's true, yeah.
I think, didn't PS2, I don't know, PS2 had like 5,000 or 6,000 games, and then now it's just
on
completely out of
5,000 games that came out last week.
I know, exactly. It's horrible. And it's hard to kind of count them too, because some people really buff the numbers up by like, you know, regional counts and games coming out. And so you have to kind of like go through the numbers. So like individual games might be closer to like a couple thousand on PS2. All right. So I want to explore this with a few other inquiries. One's for me. Remington Wilson wrote in and said, "What's up, boys? This one's mostly for Colin. We got a closer look at the initial PS1 games launching with the new PS Plus service. Still no word on trophy support for these titles as of now. What's your gut check at this moment? Will we have trophy support for these titles at launch, or will the trophy hunters be left in the wayside once again? With the lack of trophy support, I personally see no reason in playing these older titles except for maybe a few minutes to trigger some nostalgia. Good day, and keep fornicating with that chicken." Thank you, Remington, for writing in and really inappropriately talking about that chicken. The thing with this is that I don't think it's going to happen, but I do think that this idea that they have some sort of I don't know if it's like some sort of module overlay in their emulator or whatever, where they're allowing some games to fast forward, some games to have save states. There seems to be some sort of loose architecture that some of these games, and maybe it'll just be their first and second party games, maybe they've figured this out, but to insert them into some sort of framework where maybe one of those frameworks could be setting trophy triggers in the future, should you want to explore that. In other words, I wish that they would just say, is it possible? And then different consumers can hold the feet to the fire as necessary to the different developers to see how much demand it would be for those things. The only thing that works around it is that the PS2 games that they're launching from first and second party, at least initially, already have trophy support from their because they're PS4 ports technically. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen. But I think what I want them to speak to is it possible? Like, I wish they would just speak very clearly about that. Like, I don't blame developers. I don't blame someone being like, I'm not going in the siphon filter and putting trophies in that. You know, like, we're not doing that. But
Yeah.
what I want to know is, like, if someone wants to, can they? And we don't know that. We know that they have patents for it to work in a virtual console setting. I would hope that would be something that they would add, but I agree there is no reason for people like us to go back if that doesn't appear. John Hughes wrote in, of course, writer of movies like The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, and Home Alone. He says, Kia ora from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Did I just say something like, did he just curse me?
Yeah, I
said
like
some sort of incantation. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I just became, I became 4 inches tall now. Short and sharp, he says. Do you think the quality of PSN Plus monthly games are going to dive in quality? I think it's common knowledge, but the quality of monthly games with gold titles are laughable and never contain any title I've cared to play for some time. It's obviously a push to make you go to Game Pass, which I have, so they're right. It doesn't really bother me. But are we going to see the same type of strategy employed by Sony come this June? Thanks for giving me hours of content a week, and the small price of admission is well worth it. Thank you, John, for writing in. Though John Hughes, the John Hughes I was talking about, has been dead for a long time. We always like to give an RIP to John Hughes, nonetheless. All right, so Dustin, let's start with you on this one. Do you think that PlayStation Plus's lowest tier will suffer in quality? My argument to this is, I think the quality vacillates wildly, and I think the only way you'll know is if the quality vacillates just and becomes worse consistently for several months. Then maybe you'll know it. But there's no comparison with games with gold and PlayStation Plus. Like it is comical. I agree. Like actually comical. The games that you get on games with gold. Like why are you giving anyone anything? So do you think that this will suffer?
I hope not. I feel like it would make sense for Sony to just stay the course where, I don't know, I feel like internally they know that they have great months and then they have some not so great months. But I don't know. For me, PS Plus is a really interesting, the free games are really an interesting service in that you see some of these like massive games that got their start on PS Plus, particularly Rocket League was a famous PS Plus game that just totally exploded. And so I would really hate to see that go by the wayside, especially too, because there will be a lot of PlayStation Plus users that are just going to stay the course with the current service they have. And I don't feel like it's fair to them that their service becomes worse because a new service is added. That totally sucks. And so, yeah, you have to imagine too that they've seen Games of Gold and the absolute joke that it is, but I don't know. In some ways, it seems like it's intentional on Xbox's side to try to push people over to
that's what he says. I mean, that's his theory. Yeah.
So I don't know. I really hope that that's not the case and that they just kind of stay the course. But if it starts to slip, then that's where you kind of got to vote with your wallet and I don't know. It's like, do you either leave completely, or if you want games like that, then you either go cold turkey and get nothing, or you upgrade in order to get those. They win in the end.
Yeah.
So it sucks either way.
What do you think, Chris? Anything to add?
No, I think that's pretty much my exact opinion. I feel like I feel like you summed it up pretty perfectly.
Well, let's go to David Markham then, who says, "Hey CDC, do you feel like Sony could have released more iconic games like Killzone, Sly Cooper for the PS Plus model, or could they just be holding off for remastered HD versions of these games? I would like to know what you all think of it. I hope you guys are doing well." I found the a la carte Jack and Daxter thing really weird. Maybe I'm missing that happened at some point, but I don't think so.
That happened on PS4.
Oh, did it happen on PS4? Oh, okay,
because I bought all of them, but I bought all of them individually. Like
so it's not as weird as I thought, because I had it on disc on PS3.
Yeah,
and they ported it to Vita, but they were not available that way either. I don't think. Maybe they were.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's true. Like I remember that being the case. Like, because I
believe you, because that makes more sense with this. I believe you, for sure. As far as like, I was happy to see Infamous and Infamous 2 on the list, but those are, streaming PS3 games.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, I think they have to hold some of these games to release them later. I think part of the appeal is maybe getting everything out now, but maybe having some of the stuff available to add later. And I think that they're probably not done porting some of these games. Like, I don't think, let me look. I don't think you can play Sly Cooper on PlayStation 4. So there's like Infamous, Sly Cooper, Resistance. There's quite a bit where it's like, Jesus Christ, like, get these games over. This is not a satisfying thing. So I don't know, David, if it's them holding off for marketing reasons or for technical reasons, but I think that hopefully they'll continue to split these games apart. I think that's really cool that they did that with Jack, and it would be nice for them to do that with some other stuff. And then finally, Jacob I wrote in, said, in light of the incoming PlayStation Plus overhaul, what do you guys think about Microsoft's recent earnings report regarding Game Pass consumer engagement and spending? Members play 40% more titles. The overall number of genres played grows by 30%, and members spend 50% more and spend by 2.8 times on post-release content. Maybe the Netflix model in which consumer spending ends with a monthly subscription is not really an apt comparison. Thank you all for critical love of the industry. Thank you, Jacob, for writing in. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to what he said. I will say this about Game Pass and the statistics that are released. You know what statistic they don't release, or like what piece of data they don't release? Is it self-sustaining in and of itself, or is it gaining money and rep from other parts of the company? I don't care about any of these stats. If your members play 40% more titles, I would hope so. If they have a subscription, that they're playing more games, their overall number of genres grows by 30%. You're paying for a subscription. That is like saying, oh, the person who subscribes to Netflix watches 3 or 4 more genres that he would normally not watch. And it's like, yeah, because he subscribes to your service and that's what he gets. So he's watching crime drama because that's what you have. So I feel like they say a lot with these numbers, and they're interesting. I'm sure people are very engaged. I'm sure if you're getting a free game, like if you got Outriders last year on Game Pass, I would imagine you're much more likely to buy the DLC because you feel like you kind of got it for free. So I believe it, but I just, the stats that they actually never say, they have all these really sophisticated Microsoft stats, but never the numbers that matter, And so that's my concern with Game Pass.
Just listen to Phil Spencer. Just listen to what he said. He said it's sustainable. Quit asking questions, Colin.
It's definitely sustainable. Of course it's sustainable. See, people get lost in this endless argument of sustainability. It's like, it's Microsoft. They can sustain it forever. It can make no money and they can sustain it. That's not the point. The point is it a model that is worthy of pursuit by other companies that are not in similar situations? That's a worthy question. I
think that's the trap. I think that's the intentional point. Is almost to kind of put other companies into a situation where they have to offer something that they know that they cannot fulfill, which is like a smart business strategy from a company that can afford to do that. But yeah, there's no question. Like it's obviously like not a lot of money goes into feeding Game Pass. It's obviously not self-sustaining. Like it's such an insane thing. I think that 50% stat is kind of interesting, that people spend more. So in that way, Jacob's kind of right that maybe like the Netflix model isn't necessarily like the most apt comparison, because like once you're in the subscription service, you don't really engage with anything in a real monetary way, as opposed to the games industry, which is a lot more monetized per piece of content. But at the same time, it's the best comparison that we have because there is nothing like Game Pass, quite frankly. So we can only go by what exists. So I don't think there's anything wrong with comparing it to Netflix. But yeah, of course.
I'm sorry.
But you're right. Like, of course, people, if you're subscribed to a service, you're going to be engaging with the content on that service more. Like I'm playing Yakuza Like a Dragon right now, and there's probably no way in hell that I would have played that before without like just being like, hey, it's there for free. Why not? But I'm not spending money on it. I'm not buying anything in Yakuza. I don't even think you can.
Right. I would also say that even if the numbers are all external from Game Pass, so in other words, a Game Pass subscriber is part of Game Pass, then outside of anything to do with Game Pass, they spend they pay 40% more titles, they play 30% more genres. I'm like, but that doesn't really say anything, because your Game Pass subscribers are going to be your most hardcore Xbox fans, right? Like, I mean, that's what you would kind of presume. because there is day and date. That's the exact opposite argument we were making about this, where we were saying the lack of day and date makes it not as appealing to the hardcore. I think the hardcore are on Game Pass. So it's like, even if those numbers were totally external of any interaction with Game Pass, I would still expect that behavior out of the most hardcore Xbox fans. So the numbers that are interesting would be like, how many people have you subscribed at full price? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, we see people famously bragging to this day about paying nothing for Game Pass, basically. Nothing. $1 a month for years, right? Some of these people are doing. And so the real number I want is like, what is the gross revenue of Game Pass? And then we can do the math about how much people are buying in, divide that by user base, but also try to figure out maybe what they're even getting the outlie about what is the profit or the deficit, because then we can figure out how much they're spending for content or losing for content, because there is a drag on their overall money's made when their users don't buy games anymore. So I know people are tired of this conversation. I am too, but I did want to speak that it's just like, I hate these. This is what bothers me more about Game Pass than anything. It's just the fake numbers. They're real numbers, but I mean the numbers that have fake utility. It's like members spend, 2.8 times more on post-release content. I'm like, I'm sure they do, dude. They're getting the games for a subscription model, so they're more willing to spend money. I get that. I'm sure. Okay, how much money did you make on it? I would love to know that. All right, let's move on to number 4. This is related in some way. Lost in the shuffle of all of the new PlayStation Plus news is something more minor, but still significant. Ubisoft subscription, Ubisoft Plus, is coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. This is relevant as this will be the first time the relatively nascent subscription service will be available outside of PC. Ubisoft Plus's pitch is access to the best editions possible, usually premium editions with season passes, of some 100 Ubisoft games. This includes all new Ubisoft games, which are available day one on the service, as well as a myriad of recent favorites like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Far Cry 6, The Division 2, Watch Dogs Legion, and much more. But a new special tier of Ubisoft Plus will be revealed, or is revealed, for PlayStation Plus subscribers called Ubisoft Plus Classics. This will give players a slate of an additional 27 games at launch and 50 by the end of the year, and includes some older Ubisoft games, titles like Far Cry 3 and 4, both South Park RPGs, Child of Light, Valiant Hearts, and more. The special tier is only available to PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium subscribers and is separate from Ubisoft Plus itself, so it's an additional perk on top of the native perks you receive from PlayStation Plus itself. Launched in late 2019, it's unclear what Ubisoft Plus's subscriber count is. I scoured for those numbers. I couldn't find them. I don't know if there's anything else to say. I think this adds a lot of a benefit to the upper 2 PlayStation Plus subscriber tiers. If you're interested in Ubisoft classic games, that could be a nice little perk. But I'm interested to see how these, EA's service, Ubisoft service, I wonder how they're doing, if it's worth it. I feel like it's a trap in a way, because part of me is like, well, why didn't I just subscribe to Ubisoft Plus to play Far Cry 6 instead of buying it for $60 or $70, whatever I spend for it? But then it's like, well, I'm just going to forget that I'm subscribed, or I'm just going to not own it and be able to just play it as I'm subscribed and then get out. Maybe I got out $30 cheaper, but then I didn't really buy anything. I don't know. I'm confused by all these subscriptions. Too much.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Too much. Not interested. Either of you going to subscribe to Ubisoft Plus?
No.
You guys don't like Ubisoft at all.
No, it's cool that the amount of games that I would want from this service, it would make more sense to just buy, and with a Ubisoft game, just wait like a month and it will be half the price in most situations. But it's cool that it's included with the premium, this like classic collection, like the South Park games on there. That's pretty cool.
Those
Child
are
of Light
games. Love those games.
Child of Light and Far Cry 3. That's cool, but I've played them. So
yeah, for sure. I agree.
And
Number 5. Them. Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, and I own them. So.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm very happy to play the games I want to buy, or I'm sorry, to buy the games I want to play. I'm going to purchase those games and play them, and that's just how I'm going to interact with this. I'm so happy that I didn't get the PlayStation Plus, even though I know it was a free transfer. Like, just upgrading and giving them those numbers, like, I'm not interested in it. So that's fine, unless there's like some. I do wonder how it's going to play on the iconography on PS4 and PS5, like what the icons will look like, and if you're going to look like some sort of pauper if you don't have PlayStation Plus, whatever, Essential or no, whatever it is, Premium. I don't know, whatever.
I hope the PS1 classics are in their jewel cases.
That'd be
that
cool.
would make me happy.
Yeah, the interface. I'm interested to see the interface. Much to see, much to know. Maybe they'll do a state of play about it.
They should.
Number 5. If new rumblings are any indication, we're perhaps a month away from learning more about some of Square Enix's future plans with Final Fantasy, considering the series' 35th anniversary is on the near horizon. As relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, David Gibson, an investment analyst, noted on social media that Square Enix is on the verge of releasing new games this fiscal year, which ends in March 2023, including big tentpole games, one of which is assumed to be Final Fantasy 16. However, it's worth noting that Final Fantasy 14 continues as well, and Square Enix will almost certainly release the iOS and Steam exclusive Final Fantasy 1 through 6 ports on console at some point too. Then there's Final Fantasy 9 Remake, which is certainly real as it's in the NVIDIA leak, as is Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster. But what's perhaps most interesting for many is Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2, which, considering the original came out more than 2 years ago on PS4, may be ready to be revealed. Website RPG Site reports that Tetsuya Nomura, the director of Final Fantasy 7 Remake's project, has teased that we might see more as soon as this summer. Final Fantasy, which is surprisingly at an all-time high with the success of Final Fantasy 14, as well as 2015's Final Fantasy 15, which recently surpassed 10 million copies sold, has been dormant for 7 years outside of Remake's launch. As Square Enix seems to be more focused on Japanese gaming moving forward, it's possible we may see several Final Fantasy titles over the next couple of years, though it's worth noting that Square Enix itself revealed in its financial reports that it will be investing in Western games and potentially new Western studios, moving forward a peculiar announcement from an entity that just shed a bunch of weight. But it does raise the possibility that one of those Final Fantasy games will be Western, which I've always been interested in the possibility of that happening. I think that wasn't there rumors that there was a Final Fantasy project that in development in Montreal, maybe it was at IDOS or something. So I don't know. I gotta go look at that and never got anywhere. Dustin, I'll spare you. Chris, let's go to you first on this one and talk to you about Final Fantasy, what your expectations are for Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2, Final Fantasy 16, the rumors of Final Fantasy 9, which I've talked to some people about. I don't have anything to report, but something's going on with that game, and Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster. So there are a lot of possibilities. Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as well. A la carte releases potential. I'm curious what you guys think of this.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone on record as being a little bit cynical about the future of Final Fantasy 7 Remake as far as the chapters go, because that first game took so long, and it's such a small section of the original game as far as I understand it, and just I get the sense that they're not going to finish this. I don't know what it is, but the fact that Part 2 is potentially on its way is exciting, because it seems to indicate their genuine intentions to follow through. But not only that, in the wake of them shedding a bunch of light, it also seems to or shedding a bunch of weight. It seems to indicate that they're taking this particularly seriously. I think part of the reason why I wasn't convinced that they were going to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake is the state that Square Enix was in managing all these different teams, and just the way that they were handling just things like Avengers and things like, everything else that wasn't out of Japan just felt like miss after miss after like mishandle after mishandle. And even in the Final Fantasy space itself, it's not exactly all that. It's not exactly all that green. You've got, I mean, that most recent one, what was it, Origins? Which was from I still
Team Ninja.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how people feel about that, but that's certainly a game. It's certainly one that exists. I don't know how well that game is received, but it's hilarious to me. So I don't know. It's just nice to get some confirmation about this sequel, remake, chapter, continuation, episode thing, whatever the fuck they're calling it. Intergrade. God, that made me so upset. Irrationally so. But yeah, I don't know. Everything else here I'm not super familiar with, so I can't speak to it. But that is it's good to hear progress on Remake Part 2.
Yeah, I think there was every reason to be skeptical about Final Fantasy VII Remake, because it took a long time. It lost its studio. I mean, that's always a cataclysmic thing to happen. It just doesn't happen to games that are successful typically. And Final Fantasy VII Remake is shockingly good. And so I agree with you, Chris. And Dustin, I'm curious what you make of the point that Chris made about this idea of this maybe never being finished. I think there's a real fear to that, simply because, and we talked about it at the time. You weren't on the show, I don't think, but yet at the time, but that like they really set the bar high. This is a Final Fantasy VII Remake, the kind of game, even if you have all the guts of everything you need, the combat and everything, like that's years for each of those games. And I don't want them to have started so strong and then rush the end or not do the end properly, which is almost the only, if you want to call it, downside to the treatment they gave Final Fantasy VII Remake, is it's just going to be so hard for them to consistently deliver something like that as we get into all the different parts of the game as we leave Midgar. But Terry Chase Parks kind of sets it up to ask. He says, Colin original, Don't Let Me, Dustin, and sometimes Chris rules the realm. Those are 311 references. With Nomura stating that we'd get some Final Fantasy VII news next month, I'm sorry. What do you guys think it'll be? So he asked Dustin, final news about Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2, Final Fantasy 16. Do you think they'll come out this year? What do you think about some of this? It is important to note, Forspoken, you would assume would want to be apart from Final Fantasy 16, which would want to be apart from Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Yeah. So I wouldn't anticipate it this year. I think Final Fantasy 16 this year is possible, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No. Well, first of all, Colin, you said you were sparing me from this. Is there an air that I don't like Final Fantasy VII Remake because I didn't put it on the list?
No, I was just teasing you. I mean, it's not an error. No,
some people have come at me.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, oh, Dustin doesn't like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm like, listen.
It was surprising, but that's fine. That's okay.
The game has some issues for me, and I'm actually really excited for Part 2 because, you know, the first one had issues. It was moved over from another developer, and so, you know, the fact that they're building the game in Unreal, so they're like untethered from whatever, like their old engines and stuff like that. And I think that's why we're starting to see a quicker turnaround on a lot of their games, is that they're no longer beholden to their own tech. Part of the reason why we're seeing Kingdom Hearts 4 much quicker, and now Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. And so, and also, dude, just getting rid of the baggage of last gen. I think about the moments in Part 7, Final Fantasy VII Remake, where you have to like crawl through like a tiny area so it can like load in the assets of the next area. It's so annoying, stuff like that. So I'm excited, and I think that they will reveal it for sure at this anniversary, just because Square loves announcing things at the earliest possible moment. And they've gotten a little better about this, but this seems like a perfect opportunity. I mean, they announced Kingdom Hearts 4, and who knows how long that's going to be. So I think that it's a lot.
Dragon Quest 12 also was announced.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. So I expect them to do that as well. And I'm trying to see what else. Terry asked like 5 questions here at once.
I mean, it's like he didn't even ask about some of them. Like Final Fantasy 9 Remake is in the ether. Mm-hmm. Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster, and those Final Fantasy games 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they have to come. And so we'll see. I mean, we're going to see where these games all slot in. But I think Forspoken safely this fall means that those games won't be till 2023 or later. But I think Final Fantasy 16 is closer than people might think. As in, I think it'll be out by this time next year. Have been out by this time next year. And that's exciting because I don't know, man. I'm amped about what this dude from Final Fantasy 14 can do with Final Fantasy and get back to its roots a little bit. Not that Final Fantasy 14 is its roots, but its roots in terms of its aesthetic. It's kind of more knights and armor and magic and not dudes driving around in a bromance in a car. Although that sold 10 million copies. So
yeah, and it wouldn't be surprising maybe for a very late release this year, because I think Final Fantasy 15, I want to say that launched at the very beginning of December.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out September that year, and then it got delayed, as I recall. So
maybe they'll announce it for December this year, and then it'll come out March next year after the inevitable delay.
I really didn't like that game, man. I tried to go back a few times, and I just can't do it. I just can't. Number 6, the Silent Hill leaks are coming fast and furious, and it seems rather obvious based on the nature of these leaks that there's at least one Silent Hill game actually in production, and it may be revealed soon. This new round of rumors began with social media postings from a YouTuber called Nate the Hate. His rumors indicate that there are multiple Silent Hill games in development, one from Polish horror team Bloober, as we've indicated on the show before, as well as others. The Bloober Team project is apparently a remake of the seminal 2001 horror game Silent Hill 2, which launched on PlayStation 2 and will be exclusive to PlayStation platforms for a period of time, if this rumor is true. Website Video Games Chronicle adds some extra texture, noting that its own sources indicate Konami has or perhaps is still shopping the franchise around, and one idea for so-called Silent Hill-themed short stories, in quotes, was originally pitched by Supermassive, turning into the Dark Pictures anthology for Bandai Namco. This idea is still alive, however. VGC reports niche publisher Annapurna might be involved in the new iteration of this project. A new mainline game in the Silent Hill series is likewise apparently in development at an unknown Japanese studio. And this is, of course, where Kojima might be involved. Where things get particularly tantalizing, however, is in another social media leak. This one from a user called Dusk Golem. He posted 4 images that were copyright struck off of Twitter by none other than Konami, indicating they are real. And they show a few different scenes from the game, including concept art seemingly signed by the series' prior art lead, Masahiro Ito. Silent Hill, publisher Konami's answer to rival Capcom's Resident Evil series, launched on PS1 in early 1999. The series has been dormant for about a decade since the final games in the franchise, PS3's Downpour and Vita's Book of Memories, both launched in 2012. Of course, the series was at one time set to continue as a PlayStation 4 exclusive called Silent Hills, teased by the so-called PT demo, perhaps the most famous demo in industry history. Revealed in 2014 and led by famous one-time Konami auteur Hideo Kojima, Silent Hills was canceled in 2016, following the unceremonious exit of Kojima from Konami. Chris, I am so fucking sick of talking about Silent Hill that I can't even begin to explain how tired I am of talking about this game. I understand the intrigue about it, but it frustrates me as a Konami fan, an old school Konami fan. It seems like, man, why doesn't anyone care this much about Castlevania or something like that? Like, enough of the Silent Hill rumor mongering. Clearly, Bloober's making a game. Clearly, there's another game coming out from a Japanese studio. And I think for me, I'm just motivated by this because I just want to see Konami return to AAA. They've just not been in the AAA space for 7 years. It's really kind of insane when you think about it. And that's why I'm interested in this, not in the games themselves. And it's just like, enough already. But we have to report the news. I don't make the news. I just report it. So do you have anything to add about Silent Hill and the potential of these games coming out and what you're thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. Silent Hill is one of those titles where like I don't have a ton of experience with Silent Hill. I had cousins who owned the games, and I'd always catch like glimpses of it, and it was always too scary for me when I was young. I played a little bit of Downpour, I think, or no. I played a little bit of Homecoming. And I thought like that was like okay, it was like fine. It was still too much for me though at that time. I was like, I didn't get into horror games until really recently, like in the last like 5 years. So it doesn't have a lot of importance nostalgically to me, but it's an important series. You know, it's something that should in some way come back, and it's exciting to know that it possibly will. I know PT was just something that was so good that it kind of unanimously got everybody excited about it, and then to kind of be led astray and then just sort of like, just kidding, there's nothing. That was super disappointing, and I think that's why these rumors keep continuing. It's like, if we hadn't gotten PT, I don't think people would be talking that much about Silent Hill. It's just a matter of like, we saw something that we could have gotten, and then we just never got it, and so it left people hungry and clamoring. And now that we're on the cusp of potentially receiving something, of course, the rumor mills are starting to turn, and it's exciting. I'm looking forward to it. But I would agree that, you know, in my mind anyway, Castlevania holds a little bit more weight for me. I'm not that big of a Castlevania fan in comparison to you, certainly, but like definitely more than Silent Hill.
You don't like them vampires like I do?
I don't like the faceless nurses or the triangle-headed freaks.
Yeah. Oh, I saw a car in my neighborhood. That's so funny. There was a car in my neighborhood. I guess they were just visiting someone in my neighborhood. They had a sticker of Pyramid Head on the back of their car, and I was like,
yeah,
that's really interesting. I was like, I've never seen that.
Pyramid Head is weird because Pyramid Head is more popular than Silent Hill is. Like, just somehow he's like become this. He's outgrown the games. He's just like I think he's become this generic monster. Like, people just sort of like, it's almost like you know what Pyramid Head is before you even know what Silent Hill is. It's very weird. It's very strange. That's how I knew it.
Dustin, what do you think about, do you share my animus towards this this story. I just can't fucking stand it anymore. This is really, when you go back to PT and then the cancellation and everything that happened afterwards, it's just a never ending saga for, like Chris said, a relevant and important franchise. But it's like, come on, man. I don't know. Like, does this deserve all this attention? Let's just get this show on the road already.
The reason why people feel this way about Silent Hill is because they got blue balls right now.
Yeah, sure.
They had this game presented before them. Yeah. They had this game before them that had so much promise. I mean, Kojima, Norman Reedus. I mean, this was pre-Death Stranding, of course. And I mean, there was even talks about Junji Ito working on it, which for the weebs out there was just like awesome. The thought of Junji Ito working with Kojima. I mean, man, so much promise, and then just taken away. So yeah, people are really still, I think they still feel that phantom pain of Silent Hill never coming out. So yeah, I think that's why people are still excited. Because it's funny, if you look back, I just searched Silent Hill in Metacritic to see like what the recent games had scored, and they're not horrible, but they're not really great either. Yeah. So I think a lot of people's connection right now, or at least their hunger, is based from PT. And so I don't know. I'm very skeptical of Konami at the helm of this. I mean, we already saw that. We've talked about this over and over, so I won't beat the point to death, but Bloober does not seem like the partner that you want working on Silent Hill. At least it's promising that there is more than one in production, but at the same time, it's like maybe less is more. Maybe just make one really good
I don't know. Again, it's
Silent
like
Hill game.
I agree. Like, why do you want to be, so dormant and then just rage out? Just kind of ease back in. I think that they could do a lot for just being very selective in that way. I hope that that's the way it ends up happening. And I hope whoever they give Castlevania, I'm sure they've already given someone Castlevania. I just hope it better be good. Let's just say that. Like, it's been a while, man. Like, not only for Castlevania, but just for a good Castlevania game. It has been a long ass time since I think there's been a unanimously good Castlevania game. We're talking about the DS, maybe, that era of like the last time a Game Boy, like, or a Castlevania game came out where it was renowned. Lords of Shadow 2010 PS3 was good. It was good, but it wasn't really Castlevania, and the sequel was an abomination. And by the way, the sequel is one of the games on PlayStation Plus's extra tier, which is weird, I thought. All right, let's move on. Number 7. There's not a whole lot to say about this as of yet, but it's worth reporting nonetheless. Techland, the team behind the original Dead Island and Dying Light and its sequel, is working on something new. Better yet, the studio is openly talking about the project, though they're largely mum about what it actually is. In a somewhat awkwardly worded press release, the team revealed that it's working on an, quote, unannounced AAA open-world action RPG in a fantasy setting, end quote. Something obviously quite different thematically from their recent work. While promising to support the recently released Dying Light 2 for at least 5 years, so into 2027, the team is looking to leverage what it's learned to make something new, and as such, they are hiring across the board. Techland, founded in the early 90s, didn't release a single console game until its Western-themed FPS, Call of Juarez, launched on Xbox 360 in 2006. A sequel followed on PS3 and Xbox 360 in 2009. In 2011, the open-world zombie game Dead Island launched on PS3, developed by Techland and published by Deep Silver. A 1.5 version of the game, Riptide, followed on PS3 in 2013, as did their final Call of Juarez game, Gunslinger. Their major hit, Dying Light, came to PS4 in 2015, and the sequel launched earlier this year on both PS4 and PS5. I still have not played it, but I will. Genesis Point wrote in and said, hey boys, Techland announced that they're hiring for 70 plus positions for an open world fantasy RPG. They also mentioned that they got some talent from CD Projekt Red and also talent from games such as Mad Max, Deathloop, and Horizon Zero Dawn. I've heard groans in the pipeline, but I think they can make a wonderful product. They have imagination and already have the combat down. What's your opinion? It's interesting. You guys aren't into tech, like nerdy about this stuff like I would be, but I was reading about Techland and I remembered that they had a game that was supposed to be on PS4 called Hellraid. I don't know if you guys remember this at all. No. And it was this random, like they ended up making some sort of like iOS prequel, but they canceled this game. And it was like based on the Dead Island structure, but it was something else, like kind of more Dungeons and Dragons-esque. And I wonder if they're kind of like trying to revive, it's a bad name, but I'm sure if they're trying to revive that franchise in some way. And for a studio that's really known for three things, they made racing games. They made that game. Remember that game Nailed? Nail''D. Oh,
that was them?
Yeah, and they made that game Mad Riders. And then they made the Call of Juarez games, and then they made Dead Island. So they're known for these like smaller racing games. They're known for this Western FPS, like A-level FPS. And then they're known for these zombie games. So this is a cool new direction. I'm excited. Dustin, you have anything to add? I don't know if you guys have anything to add to this.
No, it'll be cool to see them be able to kind of get a restart, just because I know that the reception to Dying Light 2 I've seen has been mixed, in that some people are really, really hot on it, and then other people feel like the more RPG direction, like more focused into RPG direction, they didn't really like in a Dying Light formula. So it's clearly that they're interested in making games with RPG elements in them, and clearly that didn't resonate with some people in the currently established thing they had with Dying Light. So to see them do something totally different is always cool. So I am interested in whatever they're going to do.
You have anything to add, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's they seem to be a little bit more versatile of a studio than I had anticipated, because I didn't know they did. I didn't know they did Nail. Because I remember this came out around the time I was kind of into these specific racing games. These like kind of like off-road. Like I was playing Pure at the time.
Yeah, I remember.
And I remember it was between Nailed and Pure, and I was like, I just remember thinking it was funny that all these games had like just one word names that had nothing to do with what the fuck it was about. But
there was, what was that game, Pain? Remember that game on PlayStation that had that weird PSN game, Pain? There's all these games. Yeah, that was the era of that. One name.
Yeah.
One word.
Blur.
One syllable.
Blur makes a little bit more sense. Blur was awesome, by the way. I don't know. I think that could be cool. I think they do have a really good eye for like first person melee combat. That is one of the things that I will say about Dying Light 2 I didn't play it too much because it was a little unstable for me at launch. I think it's been patched a little bit since. But I'll get back to that when I finish Prey and a couple of other things as well. But one of the things I took away from that was like, wow, they really know how to do melee combat in a satisfying way. Like the people react to your punches and your kicks in ways that they should. There's weight to each weapon. Each weapon feels like unique. There's like even sharp weapons feel like they actually cut, and blunt weapons feel like they actually do blunt damage. So to see something like that or to see a combat system like that in a fantasy setting makes a ton of sense, because that's the primary method of combat. For as great as, things like, Skyrim are, I think we all know that Skyrim's combat sucks. You're just gliding weapons across people's faces, and maybe they react, maybe they don't. And I don't know, that is alluring to me. The idea of like, yeah, it's like, I think Chivalry was like this as well, right? Wasn't it? Where like, it was like a really intense focus on like melee combat.
Yeah.
If they could deliver a Dying Light style melee combat in the context of medieval fantasy, I think that sounds sick.
Yeah, Chivalry is one. The Chivalry 2 just came out, I think.
Yeah,
recently, and it also reminds me of what they were trying to do with that. What was that Czech game? I always forget the name. Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah.
Yeah, same kind of situation, although going from more grounded realism. Yeah, I believe in Techland, and I hope to see more about this game soon and see what they can do. They have a lot of talent, they have a lot of money, and they're an attractive target. Obviously, they're hiring all these different people, and I got word today. Our like I said, our Easter egg. There's a Sacred Symbols Last Stand Easter egg in Dying Light 2, and it's not been discovered yet. And apparently, it's actually quite a bit deeper. I put it in our Discord today. Quite a bit deeper than I had thought. So we'll see if anyone finds it, but if not, maybe we'll talk about it in more thoroughly in the coming weeks and months. Finally, as we move on to wrap up, big one this week, number 8, publisher Nacon revealed its developer Spiders is working on a sequel to its popular 2019 RPG Greedfall called Greedfall 2: The Dying World. It comes to PlayStation 5 at an unknown point in the future. Publisher THQ Nordic revealed RTS RPG The Valiant, which comes to PS4 and PS5 at an unknown point in the future. Website Eurogamer reports multiplayer game Scavengers has been canceled for PS4 following the purchase of the game studio Midwinter Entertainment by Behavior Interactive. During its first ever digital press briefing, publisher 505 Games revealed one notable game for console, so-called tactical adventure game Miasma Chronicles, which comes to PlayStation 5 at some point in 2023. Website Push Square reports Sega-centric collection Wonder Boy Collection comes to PS4 on June 3rd. Action RPG Hellpoint comes to PlayStation 5 on July 12th. Rally Racer WRC Generations comes to PS4 and PS5 on October 13th. 2D platformer The Library of Babel comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point later in 2023. Long-delayed sequel Kerbal Space Program 2 looks to finally come to both PS4 and PS5 at some point in 2023. And popular PC survival game Green Hell VR is slated to come to PSVR 2 at some point in the future. The website also reports that upcoming Suda51 free-to-play game Deathverse Let It Die is getting an open beta on both PS4 and PS5, ranging from May 28th until June 5th. Website Gamatsu reports both puzzle game Escape Academy and horror game Phobia St. Dimtha Hotel comes to PS4 and PS5 on June 28th. Side-scrolling RPG Sword of the Vagrant comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point in June. Adventure game Hazel Sky comes to PlayStation 4 at some point this June. Both office-centric game Yuppie Psycho Executive Edition and stylish 2D action game The Legend of Tian Ding come to PS4 and PS5 at some point this summer. Action game Little Witch Nobita comes to PlayStation 4 on September 29th. Horror title The Chant comes to PlayStation 5 this fall, with its intended PS4 iteration canceled, yet again. RPG compilation Nexomon Plus Extinction Complete Edition comes to PS4 sometime in 2022. PC RPG Gloomhaven is migrating to the PlayStation ecosystem in 2023. Specific console still unclear. Sim games My Lovely Wife and My Lovely Daughter, oh boy, come to PS4
Lord.
and PS5 at an unknown point in the future. An adventure game Project Codename M comes to PlayStation 4 at an unknown point in the future. And finally, website IGN reports adventure game Simon the Sorcerer Origins comes to PlayStation consoles at some point in 2023. Chris, you going to get that My Lovely Wife and My Lovely Daughter? Those two games?
You know, I don't know. There's a lot to play, so maybe not. Maybe I'll get to it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll get to it this fall when there's nothing to fucking play.
All right, boys. As we always do, let's end this episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience on Patreon. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia for early ad-free access, the ability to get Sacred Symbols Plus, submit these questions, name in the credits, all the rest. Monthly Q&As. I'm late on this month's Q&A. I got to get to that this weekend. Let's start with Richard Duffalo. It says, yo, boys, did you happen to see that PlayStation published a gaming terms list? I remember you guys mentioned wanting to put one together on Sacred Symbols a while back, beaten to the punch or stolen, unfortunately, but it's still pretty cool to see done. There really is a whole different language used in gaming. I don't know if you guys saw this. Did they steal it? Yes. But my idea, I don't even want to say what my idea is because someone's going to steal that too. But no, I saw this and a lot of people reached out about it, saying like, oh, they stole your idea. Great minds. I mean, I think that it's a pretty obvious thing that you want people to be fluent in the terminology of your ecosystem. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Did you guys see this, Chris?
I did, yeah. It's kind of cool. I like. There's something kind of. I don't know if quaint is the right word, but there's something really charming about the fact that like they just put this together and it's treated seriously. Like it's genuinely a dictionary. Like it does genuinely give you the right terms and accurate, sometimes exceedingly verbose explanations of what these things are. It's cool. I like it. Like it's always like loadouts and like min-maxing and KD. It's cool. I like it. It's a good idea.
Dustin, do you think they stole it?
Yes. We're gonna go with yes. They most definitely stole it from us, but you know, it's fine, I guess. But
I even learned something from reading through some of these because I didn't know what ganking was.
Oh.
What? I
had
don't know
no
what that
idea.
means. I don't know what that means.
Ganking is like it's a portmanteau of gang and kill.
Oh.
So, like, basically-
okay. Yeah. I think I
Yeah,
do
so,
hear
like,
that
it's like,
before. I wouldn't use
oh.
that, but
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, but I've heard it before, and I was like, I guess I'll just pretend like I know what that means. So I seem credible.
ganking.
it's pretty extensive. It's got some more, like it got iframes in here, integrated IO. So it's more like extensive than I would expect. So nice work.
All right. Sam Fox wrote in, said, hey, CDC, as VR gets ever more popular and affordable, do you think this spells the end for video game peripherals? such as light guns and steering wheels. I mean, why spend all this time trying to make a useless flight stick that might not even work when you can have all the tools in your VR controllers to better simulate flying a plane? Not to mention you actually feel like you are in the cockpit with a headset. Please love the chicken. Also make it feel special. I do. Thank you, Sam, for writing in. I must say, Sony kind of went down this road with Move a little bit. Where, remember that it was stupid, but the gun peripheral, Resistance 3 used it. I think SOCOM used it.
Yeah.
So they kind of went down that road. I know you guys were talking about peripherals, I think, weren't you, earlier in the show?
Yeah. When your therapist told you that you should be killed for being dumb.
Right, exactly, when they were talking about eradicating me from this earth.
So
I don't know if this is redundant from what you guys were talking about, but I do like this idea of, that's what's so fun about having digital, like the digital buttons on the controller, is that you're not just tactically tied to the sacred symbol buttons and triggers and stuff. You can actually kind of have like a digital space for movement, for, you know, a thumb to move around and explore space and do something. I think it's pretty exciting, but I've never been a peripherals guy. I've always been turned off by them, always. So I don't know if this is redundant. Dustin, do you want to add anything? I don't know what you guys necessarily talked about. So
I think it's the exact opposite. I think that VR invites more peripherals than less, because for example, the way, like right now, Oculus, which I'm assuming PlayStation VR will be able to do the same types of things. It has the inside out tracking, so it can see like your hands. Like Oculus has finger tracking. And so I'm imagining a game, for example, like if you had Gran Turismo in VR and you had the headset on, then theoretically the headset could detect the wheel in front of you as a physical object and integrate that into the VR experience in a way that feels more realistic. And that can be applied to like a flight stick as well, something like that. In fact, a lot of people, when Star Wars Squadrons came out, that was the way to play it, was with VR and a flight stick at the same time for that like total immersion. And so we did see Sony dip into this a little bit with the gun controller, or the aim, the PSVR aim controller. And so, yeah, I don't think that it means less. I think it means more, and in ways that would be more fulfilling than using a peripheral with a flat screen. I think, like, man, the thought of playing GT7 in VR with a wheel sounds crazy. Like, that sounds awesome. And I'm guessing you could probably do that with the last PSVR. So obviously it's a big investment to get all of those peripherals, but either way, I am into that kind of stuff, unfortunately. And so they just collect, I can't get rid of my Rock Band drums. I can't. They sit in a closet. They come out once every 2 years, and they're really fun for that one night every 2 years they come out, but I can't get rid of them.
Yeah.
So
what do you think, Chris? Anything to add?
I think Dustin might be right because there are certain games where, like, I like a lot of what's happening in the VR space, but specifically with games that are a little bit more simulation intensive. There is something to the feeling of holding something that is more simulatory of what it is that you're actually interacting with. Like, specifically, I could think of a game like Boneworks, which is like this awesome sandbox VR experience that's on PC. But I think I would be staggered if that didn't make its way to PSVR 2 eventually. Like, it's such a fun sandbox, and it's a great showcase of what VR could be. But you have all manner of weaponry in that game, and there's two-handed guns specifically that, you know, you can pick up, but it feels weird to. You almost have to like pretend like your hands are like locked into a position as if you're holding something, and that can sometimes make the guns feel a little bit wobbly. So like the best way to play that game right now without a peripheral to really keep those things stable is using single-handed weapons, like the John Wick dual pistols, or like the knives that you throw, or like things like that, because it really sells the experience and kind of locks you into the feeling of like you're actually holding something physical that acts like an individual gun in both of your hands, while, you know, two-handed weapons feel a little bit awkward, and there's a disconnect there. So with those peripherals, I could imagine having an entire sandbox scenario where you have these peripherals in front of you acting as if they are simulating what you're actually holding. you'd have a way elevated experience. I do think the market for it will be a little bit more tight, but at the same time, I feel like that means that the quality of it might be a little bit higher than we're used to. I don't know. I think a while ago, I think I would have been more with you, Colin, where it's like, oh yeah, you're in VR, you can just make everything in front of you. But like spending time with VR, the more necessary I find it to have things that ground me or things that I can physically interact with, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I think we should bring back the Wiimote. Wii Motion Plus.
Yeah, Wii Motion Plus. The Pulse, the Pulse thing as well.
That never came out, right?
The like
have,
finger
right?
reader.
Yeah, I remember it being revealed.
I don't think so.
But yeah, I don't know that it ever came out. All right, let's go on to Cody Jones. Says, hey CDC, weird question. Are the Mafia games really good and I'm not just seeing it? I've played all 3 of them and thought they were mediocre and repetitive at best, but I feel like they still get more praise than they deserve. And I'm the kind of guy, on the island puzzled at why people enjoy them. I understand what you're saying. They just feel like watered down GTA. And now that there is Mafia 4 being worked on, I feel really confused now. Am I out of touch? Or is it the children who are wrong? Thank you, Cody, for writing in. Dustin, you know what? I'm going to leave it to you because you recently watched The Sopranos. One of my very favorite shows. Why is Mafia big? Because of course it's big because of the subject matter. There are so few games that explore the seedy underworld quite like this in some way that is more realistic, not Grand Theft Auto, not a commentary, but rather just some sort of historical fiction. And I think that's what's so appealing about it. Because I agree. Mafia 1, I don't think I ever played. Mafia 2 was fine. I platinumed Mafia 2. Mafia 3 was, I think, really good, but I didn't beat it. So I don't want to speak to it on it too authoritatively. So what do you think about Cody's inquiry? He wants to know if he's out of touch or if the children are wrong about Mafia.
The only experience I've had with a Mafia game was playing one of the remasters, like maybe an hour and a half of one of the remasters recently. And I did not find it very appealing from a gameplay perspective. So I am also don't want to speak too much on this since I don't have any authority on the Mafia games, but I can understand, like, especially now, Sopranos recently had like a kind of an explosion, not an explosion, but became popular again. I think that's through like HBO Max just becoming so popular. And they recently just re-released all of the Godfather movies in 4K that apparently the restoration is really well done. So I don't know. What is it about these Mafia games and Mafia shows that are so appealing? You know, it's like, especially like Sopranos and Godfather, it's like everyone in the show is an asshole and they have moments of being good. And I guess that's just kind of the appeal of shows like Breaking Bad, Mad Men, is that people love these anti-hero type characters. And so maybe there's some of that in Mafia as well. But again, I don't want to speak any further than that since I really haven't played these games.
Chris, do you think that the allure of the mob is enough to bring people into a game that is otherwise maybe mediocre or run of the mill? Because I feel like there's just an ever present allure of the underground or the underworld and organized crime.
I think that's part of it. I think what's also part of it is the period piece kind of nature of these titles that exists in a way that isn't really present in a lot of games. You know, a lot of games take place in either places that are completely fictional, places that are like fictional futures that don't have any bearing, or just the distant past to the point where it's just basically fantasy and it might as well be like, you know, what's the difference between 1500 BC and fucking 200 BC at that point? It's like, you don't even know if there is a C to BB, you know, in this place. So like, I feel like, you know, Mafia is just part of that weird kind of niche where you just have an interpretation of the past mixed with a subject matter that people are interested in. So even if these games aren't necessarily, you know, groundbreaking AAA experiences, the fact that they're attempting this type of story in this type of setting at all is enough to get a lot of attention. That's what drew me to even things like the Saboteur, like the idea of like roaming around Nazi occupied Paris and bringing color to it as you liberate it. Like that game's not like a 10 out of 10 game, but it's really cool and it's really fun and it's really inventive and the things that they do are really creative, and the way that they depict France in that time is really, you know, it's really interesting. And even some of the more satire heavy examples like Destroy All Humans, which famously takes place in the last year of each decade, going up from 1959, 1969, and then in the third one in the 1970s. There's something interesting about seeing interpretations of America or other places in periods in time that you normally otherwise wouldn't get to see in an interactive format, because we see period piece TV shows all the time. We have Mad Men. We have there's my parents are watching this one Western show that
Bridgerton, or no, that's not it.
No, it's like a Heartland. I don't know. It's something like that, but it's about like cowboys in like the late 1800s, and we see that stuff a lot in movies and TV, but we don't really see that a lot in games at all. Games are either modern, future fiction, or fantasy. So I think that's what lends a lot to its appeal.
Well, I'm an unapologetic fan of historical fiction. Everyone knows that. I have almost what you would consider like a woman's taste with some of my.
Dude, are you going to see Downton Abbey in theaters this weekend?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, comes out the day this publishes. Yeah, totally. Micah's still catching up.
It's the second movie, right?
Yeah, it's the second one. Well, it's the third one technically, because there was a movie, the Christmas movie as well. That was between the second and third seasons, I think. But
yeah,
I have a very authentic love of historical fiction that is clearly made for women. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I don't know if it's because I have two sisters and my mom, and I grew up in a very feminine kind of household, but I've always been drawn to that shit. And so as long as it doesn't get too soapy and shit, I'm down. And so I like the idea of exploring all these different eras as well. And we got to give a shout out to PlayStation exclusive PS2 game, The Getaway, which I thought was another really awesome exploration of organized crime, but just in Britain. And it felt, as I've said many times, it felt like Snatch, or like, like a Guy Ritchie, Guy Ritchie movie, like, Lock, Stock, or something like that. It felt like Snatch.
But it's crazy when you think about how it's crazy when you think about how rare that is in games. Like, we don't really see a lot of, I mean, we see like, World War II a lot, but like we see that from the perspective of World War II. Like it's a battle in a period in time. We don't see the Heartland at that period in time. We don't see America during World War II often, if ever at all.
That's what makes that other AMC show that I brought up, Turn, so good, because I don't think it would a show about the American Revolution would necessarily draw a lot of people in, but it's about a spy ring in the American Revolution, a real spy ring, the Culper ring. And so I think if you can ground things, get people involved, I think it opens minds to the potential of storytelling in all these places. And the only sad thing about the mob is that, and it's true just from a storytelling perspective, is it just doesn't really exist anymore. So you have to go backwards. It's just been so dismantled and driven away and that's
what makes Sopranos so good.
I know. Yeah, I agree.
Dude, here's the thing. Okay, Chris likes good TV. Okay, he talked about Breaking Bad earlier. I'm not even from New York, and I'm offended that you haven't watched it, Chris. Like, this needs to be fixed at some point. This is like my new goal now as co-host. We need to get Chris to watch Sopranos at some point. Just like dude, so many good. It's like it has this appeal, especially Chris, of us growing up in the same era. That's like it's in the 90s, and so you see like it's like it feels like nostalgic, even though I'm like for me it felt nostalgic even though I never watched it, because it feels so like late 90s, dude. It's so good.
I believe that it's very, very good. And maybe in like 15 years I'll watch it.
Listen, I didn't want to have to say this, but it's way better than Breaking Bad. So I know that I've just triggered so many stand downs all across the world listening to this podcast, but I had to say it at this point.
I don't believe that that's possible, but I accept your.
You don't have to believe it's just true.
Yeah,
they are.
No way that's true.
There's some similarities between them, obviously. I like Sopranos more, but I like when I got through Breaking Bad the second time for Knockback. I liked it a lot more the second time through. All right, let's move on. Shawnee Mac wrote in, said, "Howdy, Slitaheads. Throughout your gaming careers, have you ever had a person in your life that's traditionally a non-gamer get hooked on a particular game or genre, and ended up far surpassing your skills in said game or genre? My girlfriend couldn't give a rat's ass about most games I play, but she's become quite smitten with city managers and strategy titles. She has 86% of trophies for the base game of Frostpunk, with only 5 more to go." I wanted to ask you guys about this. This brought up a remembrance of an old ex-girlfriend of mine that didn't care about games at all. We didn't belong together because she was just like not anti-games, but just kind of like, you play games so much. And it's just like, if anyone in your life is doing that, just kick them to the curb. We don't want any of that. But she was really into this random PlayStation 3 game that was downloadable that no one's ever played called Super Stacker. I don't know if anyone's ever remember this game. It was this very difficult game where you had these shapes. It was a physics game. You had these shapes and you had to like create things with the shapes and reach a certain point or whatever, replicate something that they've shown you. And it's just this really tedious fucking nonsense game. And she was awesome at it. And I'll never forget that because I was like, why don't you ever want to play anything that I think is good? And you found this random nonsense game and just totally fell in love with it. So I'll always think of her and that random game Super Stacker, which by the way had really hard trophies. And I got none of them. So Dustin, does anything come to mind for you for this question?
I'm trying to think. I don't know if it really counts. I've shared this before, but Holly, my wife Holly, is the best Civilization player I know. I'm sure that there's like, world elite players or whatever, but in college we used to have like Civilization get-togethers where it was like a LAN party and everyone would bring their PC or their laptop or whatever, and Holly consistently wins and can play on the hard difficulties. But it's like I said, it's kind of half counts because she is a legit gamer, but it's just something you wouldn't expect of her. But so I'm trying to think, like, do people like growing up, my mom was always really good, in particular at Mario 2, but she grew up playing that. And I'll never forget the day that my dad, who isn't much of a gamer either, we used to play Blades of Steel together, which is a awesome NES hockey game, which I'm not really into hockey, but we used to play that game all the time. I'll never forget the day that I finally beat him at Blades of Steel. And I think that's the day I became a man.
Yeah, so, could be.
Man.
Chris, anything come to mind for you?
No, I don't think this has ever happened. I think my ex was really good at The Witcher 3. She finished it, and I couldn't. But I don't think it's necessarily that it's because she was better. I think it's because I was just less drawn in than she was. I don't imagine. Like, I find it difficult to believe that anybody that I've ever been with would be better at a video game than me if I really wanted it, if I really tried. Like, I can't imagine that. Or at least like from now to the past. Maybe in the future, I don't know. Maybe I'll date a pro or something. But like, as it stands right now, that I don't have a story like that. But I've introduced many people to different games, which is a point of pride for me.
Vonerin wrote in, said, hello, CDC. Chris always cheers the switch of genres Guerilla made with Killzone to Horizon. However, Colin raised a point on Sacred Symbols Plus, with many developers failing to undertake an unfamiliar genre. Crystal Dynamics with Avengers, BioWare with Anthem, Platinum Games with Babylon's Fall. Is Guerrilla's pivot the exception or the standard? Yes, these developers jumped on the live service train, and Chris means more of a first to third person switch, but I think the approach is the same. This all leads me to worry about Naughty Dog's sole focus on multiplayer-driven Last of Us. We don't know that. If Last of Us Faction fails, it's a black eye on Naughty Dog. If it hits, it has the potential to be like Rockstar's GTA Online evolution. Rockstar made only one new narrative-driven game the whole PS4 generation while also pushing out remakes and remasters. Personally, I love the single-player narrative-driven Naughty Dog and would hate to have them lose their identity, switch genres, and experiment. Chris, I want you to, I'll throw this one to you. What is with everyone's paranoia about Naughty Dog? It's crazy. Like, there's this real paranoia about them. I don't know why you guys think that that Naughty Dog doesn't know what to do. Sony's not going to do to Naughty Dog what Square Enix did to Crystal Dynamics or what EA did to BioWare. It's not going to happen. Yeah. And the difference, he brings up the major difference in his statement, by the way, Chris, where he says the difference is that those were live service games. That is the difference. Killzone to Horizon was a downgrade of expansiveness, not in terms of scope, but in terms of what they were doing, because Killzone was all online as well. So starting with Killzone 2. So what do you make of this?
Well, first of all, it is not the standard. It is the exception. That's why I praise it, is because it's very rare that a developer can do that. Switch gears like that and deliver something that is not only functional but really, really highly regarded. That's something that I think should be praised. And as we've seen, as you've given examples, Avengers, Anthem, Babylon's Fall, like, it's not easy to do. But even outside of the fact that it's these are live service games, even if they even just genre switches like that, from specifically like I think of my favorite developers and think of how so many of them have been doing similar things for a long time. Bungie is like one of my favorite studios ever. I love Bungie. I know so much about their history as a studio. I know so many of the people there by name, and they've been making first person shooters for a very, very, very long time. They've definitely switched like subgenres within there. They've gone from like single player to multiplayer to live service. But for all intents and purposes, they've stayed in the framework of FPS, first-person combat, and they've excelled at that for a long time. And I'm very curious about what a Bungie game would look like if it was a third-person multiplayer game, or if it was a third-person narrative adventure game, or if they did something a little bit smaller. If they had like a small team at Bungie do something like a Child of Light type thing. Like I feel like that would be so cool and so interesting. And so whenever a studio does something like that, and they do it successfully, I applaud them. But as far as the paranoia with Naughty Dog goes, I understand it from the perspective of they've been doing. Naughty Dog had a history of I mean, they've always been third person, I guess. They've never done like a first person shooter or like a tactics game or anything. But their games used to vary wildly. I mean, they used to be able to do like, hey, here's these front to back linear platformers, right? With the crash games, and then let's do a racing game. So a kart racer. By the way, the best kart racer ever made, somehow by accident that they made. And then they switched over to an open world kind of narrative driven platformer, and then that with Jack, and then they went back to racing for some reason, and that was also very good. And then they kind of scaled back a little bit, and they made something a little bit more narrative focused. Still platforming, but now there's a lot of combat and there's third person shooting involved. And then they go to The Last of Us, which is kind of just Uncharted, but like a little bit more grounded and a little less set piece oriented. And I guess the fear and the paranoia is that they've been less comfortable with doing something wildly different, or at least wildly different to the naked eye. I think the difference between Crash and Jack is exponential compared to the difference between Uncharted and Last of Us, even though those games are still very, very different from each other. And there is a question to be asked. It's like, how comfortable have they gotten in this wheelhouse? And if they wanted to do something different, could they do it? I think they could, which is why I want them to do it. I want to see what they're capable of if they rip themselves away from this gritty, realistic, downtrodden, grounded, narrative-based structure. I want to see a weird Naughty Dog game with like an out there art style or a weird premise. I want to see a sci-fi Naughty Dog game. That'd be sick. Or a fantasy game. Like, I don't care, like anything. But I'm not worried about them from that perspective. I think they can do it. But I do understand the idea of like they've been doing the same thing for a really long time. And it does beg the question if they can do anything else.
Do you have anything to add to this, Dustin? I should know, by the way, Killzone, the original, did have multiplayer too, but you had to have the adapter, so no one was really playing it. Do you have anything to add?
I think the most important thing to point out just with this write-in is that the other examples given are all a switch to a live service game.
Yeah.
Crystal Dynamics to Avengers, BioWare to Anthem, Platinum, Babylon's Fall. That seems to be the indicator a lot of times in these companies that switch what they're doing, is that they're switching to a live service when they have no business doing that. Look at Bungie with Destiny. It took them, they were probably the most equipped studio. And I mean, granted, in a lot of ways, they kind of created the model for live service in a lot of ways with Destiny.
Yep.
But they were probably the most equipped studio to do that, and they did not get it right out the gate. And so, yeah, I think that a lot of times studios can and successfully do switch. Not always, but the careful thing is, like, I think not doing too much different stuff at once.
Right.
Like, to me, with Killzone, with Horizon, it was like, okay, it's still single player primarily, and it's not necessarily adding like a huge layer of multiplayer live service stuff in it. And obviously they have a huge amount of funding from Sony, which obviously helps in the development of the game. So it's all about managing what your studio is able to do and not necessarily trying to chase a new type of game. I mean, obviously live service games aren't new, but still in the grand scheme of video games, it's probably the newest type still that they're still figuring out how to do properly and how to get the monetization right and the right amount of engagement and what you request of players of your game. So that's kind of, I think, the main thing for me.
Guys, a quick addendum to something we were talking about earlier. Ben's Studio tweets out. Incoming from Ben's Studio. Agency intel reports that Siphon Filter will include trophies when it arrives on the all-new PlayStation Plus.
Whoa.
So I was right. I think the option is there. So that's awesome. Awesome. I knew it. I knew I was right that the option would be there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be there for some first parties that still own those IPs and stuff. But like,
well, what I was saying before, in the architecture of the ports, there might be in a bit, like I said, with rewinding and save states,
right.
part of the tool set, like the SDK.
Yeah.
But that's fucking dope. That's great news. Now I'm totally looking at this in a different way. All right. And finally, Steve Brooks writes in. This is an easy one for us to answer. He says, "Hey, Sacred Studs. After a few months of freeloading, I finally decided to become an upstanding LSM citizen and support the show. Thank you. Watching the Sacred Moms YouTube video was the straw that broke the camel's back." Oh, that's nice of you. "I found it hilarious and it made me confident my money would be supporting a good group of people. As to my question, which game do you think will become the next Elden Ring and be the next water cooler hit that everyone is talking about for months on end? Will it be Grand Theft Auto 6, God of War Ragnarok, Elden Ring 2, or will it be an indie title such as Hollow Knight Silk Song or Super Perils of Baking a Wish? Thanks for the reliably great content. Even in the slower news weeks, you guys never cease to entertain for hours. Stay well." Thank you, Steve. It is slow out there. No doubt. So, Chris, what do you think the next water cooler game will be like? Elden Ring. Obviously, this is contingent on sales, but also on the zeitgeist at the time. Elden Ring is the perfect example of that. The reality is I have no idea, because Horizon wasn't that at all. So I don't know why you would assume God of War will be that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it requires multiple platforms in some way. Grand Theft Auto 6 is pretty far away. I mean, anything come to mind for you?
No, man. Like I think the key to a water cooler game is that you can't predict these things. Like genuinely, like, because so many big games have come out and they haven't been water cooler games. Like I would argue that, I mean, Red Dead Redemption, I don't think that was a water cooler game. It's a massive game.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
don't remember a lot of people talking about it, and you know, I think they're getting harder and harder to predict as time goes on. I think early on in you know, maybe like the 2000s, like 2000 to 2010, I think you could more reasonably predict these things. You could predict that, like, yeah, World of Warcraft, you know, Halo 2, you know, you could predict that these were going to be things that people were going to be talking about for a very, very long time. But now it's just like, man, I didn't expect Elden Ring to hit as hard as it did. I don't think anybody did. So I think it's just a fool's errand to even try. But like, if I were to guess, I mean, the obvious answer, as far as like the safest answer, Zelda next year when that comes out. That's probably
that's a good answer. Yeah, that's a good answer.
Probably going to be the next one, if not potentially Starfield. I really don't know. Like,
Starfield's a good answer too.
I don't know. The thing with God of War is that I feel like the fact that it is so similar to the previous one on looks alone will kind of harm it in the water cooler conversation aspect of it. I don't think it's like a bad thing for the game. I think it's like honestly probably like the best way they could go. But I do think people are going to be looking at God of War Ragnarok very critically, like more than they did the first one, because now the surprise is gone. We know that they can do it, and now they just have to prove that they can do it twice in a row, which is difficult. There's
something weird in the ether about that game. I totally agree. I feel the same way about Horizon. I just feel like people beat the shit out of that game. I was really quite impressed by it. Dustin, what do you think of this question here?
So first of all, just to address part of the beginning, shout out to Lockmort. He's both the Sacred Moms video and the one that we just
put out. The new one is awesome. The Starfield one is
the
really,
Starfield
really
one.
Yep.
He's just he's on a roll. The thing that, man, he must feel an incredible amount of pressure, because every single time he puts out a video, there's like many comments. They're like, "This is the best one yet. This is the best one yet." So shout out to Lockmort. Let him know how much you like these videos. Just just tweet at him or leave a nice comment because
definitely.
he deserves it. He does such a good job.
He does.
Yeah.
The next water cooler game, I think, really strongly depends on one factor that I tend to notice, that when these games catch fire, it's because they have a certain element to it, which I learned about this in the last year or so, this term, and it's emergent gameplay. This idea that it's not necessarily the gameplay, or it's not necessary that everything that happens in the game is scripted, right? And so it's this idea of in Elden Ring, it's man, I was going down this path and I saw this guy, and so I fought him, and then this other guy showed up, and then this happened. You know what I mean? These stories that are created through the mechanics of the game. Breath of the Wild is also great at this. Grand Theft Auto games have had this. And so I think that emergent gameplay is one of the most important aspects. The ability that you want to tell a story about the gameplay you had outside of an established story that the game has built in.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, Zelda is a big contender. Starfield for sure. I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
who knows?
maybe,
People are so excited about Starfield. What is it? Explain that to me. What is Starfield? Other than them putting out these videos of them, they every 6 months it's Todd Howard. They're sitting around in chairs yes, this is gonna be great. They just they continue to talk without saying anything. And don't get me wrong, I'm very excited about Starfield. Whatever it is, I'm excited about a new Bethesda game. But anyway, side tangent. I'm sure that it will most likely, if it is anything like their previous games, have some of this emergent gameplay secret sauce to it.
I still see new videos of people fucking around with the physics of Breath of the Wild still to this day. They trend every so often where these people just break the game in ways that are so fun. And I think that was a big part of the reason why Halo Infinite was such a big part of the conversation for a long time as well. It's because it's entirely, there's so much physics at play, and just you get ridiculous scenarios out of these engines that you can't, you wouldn't expect to happen, and yet they do. And it's because they happen to you, and because it's so specific to what you were doing at your given point in your specific situation, they are worth telling to other people, because you're not really gonna, you can play through a narrative based game and you can kind of talk to other people about the story and how you felt about certain things, but you're not going to experience completely different. In fact, a lot of, some of the more, you could actually argue that Skyrim was one of these situations largely because of the bugs. The bugs that people were experiencing where they were like, what the fuck just happened to me? Have you ever seen this guy's, or Fallout New Vegas, where people, did you ever see that guy's head turn around 40 times without, there's a lot to say about physics in games. And I think it's very, very important. And it's very, very exciting with these new consoles to just have the potential for more exciting physics engines to be at play, because I think that's really the sweet sauce of what makes games so much fun to interact with.
Well said. Let's leave it there. We've gone about 4 hours, including my session. So thank you for that. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man, I'm excited to get into this Evil Dead game.
Cool, man.
I'm eager.
Hit up Jimmy. He really wants. He wants people to play with.
Friends.
He needs friends, and I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bad friend because I'm not. I just need to dive in and buy it. I gotta watch the movies.
The thing that does bother me is that it's not on Steam. It's on Epic, so that's annoying. Yeah. But I'll do it. You know what? I'll swallow my pride.
Swallow something.
Dustin, what do you think?
Man, I'm just excited. I'm going away this weekend, going to Cedar Point for a few days. I'm a little nervous because I'm seeing some potential thunderstorms for Sandusky, Ohio. But either way, I'm excited. So I'm just going to try to chill this weekend, ride some roller coasters, and be back refreshed next week.
Cool, man.
Nice.
Yeah, Cedar Point's awesome. I haven't been there in a long ass time, 20 years, but it's awesome. So have fun there. Yeah, I'm gonna go crack a beer and get in the pool. So that's what I'm
gonna do.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude.
All right. Well, let's be gone then. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you supporting us on Patreon, and of course following us on YouTube, podcast services, all the rest. We thank you, and we'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
See you in hell.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.